So this is something that also requires knowledge on how to do that. We have filters, and the filters can run from microfiltration, ultrafiltration, nanofiltration, RO. Even if we talk about MF or UF, we're talking about need for high pressure, and therefore we need for pumps. And there's, of course, for example, mercury lamps, which is a physical technology, again, that needs a lot of energy. The sad news is that the current solutions are problematic because if they rely only on technology, then they don't look deeply into the knowledges, practices, and attitudes of the people towards using the water. In addition to that, unfortunately, the sad news that most of the water systems become dysfunctional. According to recent review, $17 billion were invested in decentralized water supply worldwide, but 1/3 is unused. Just think about the huge amount of money that is wasted to provide decentralized water supplies that are not being used. More than that, half of the systems are used not appropriately. In addition to that, it was found that even after technologies were implemented in the field, there is no follow-up. So in most of the cases, even after 2 years, systems were not followed up, and many systems just became white elephants. So this is also a huge issue that we must address. But we actually argue that the most important thing in order to understand how to solve the water problem is to understand what is the problem. So the first thing is to acknowledge that there is a problem. The second thing is to understand the magnitude of the problem in terms of quality and in terms of quantity. But if we dive deep into the issue of decentralized water systems, looking at the quality of the water, water quality should actually be routinely analyzed, but this is not the case, because there are many types of parameters and it's impossible to monitor them real time due to the cost of those treatment solutions. And in addition to that, accurate information of contamination should be an integral part of water system management, but it rarely happens. I would like to set the scene to our study, which were the floods that occurred in Kerala in 2018 and 19. And one of the questions that we asked, how can we actually monitor water quality data that would be affordable and reliable? And the current monitoring tools actually evolved over the decades. The measurements mostly focus on microbial contamination, specifically in the presence of E. coli. And these efforts, mainly in rural areas, relate to self-reported survey data or measurements that are seldom being integrated with surveys on the actual knowledge or attitudes and values of the people towards their drinking water. In addition to that, the most of the focus on water monitoring is on the source water and not on the point of use of the water that is actually consumed at the household level. Okay, so this is something that is very important to acknowledge. In addition to that, according to the fecal coliform monitoring, it's really complex. I don't know who of you actually have experience in monitoring coliforms in water, but it requires taking a sample, 100 ml sample, and it requires an incubation between 18 to 24 hours. And this is complex. In rural settings, the test routine is really infrequent. It's between once a sample every 6 months or even once a year, according to what the states and governments analyze. And real-time monitoring is expensive. It's not even possible to think of. Then how can we solve this issue? What can we do about these problems to provide safe water to all? When we look at the joint monitoring program that was developed by the World Health Organization and UNICEF, they encourage the collection of water and testing the coliforms in the water, and also asking a few questions about the practices of the people at the household level. We at Amrita University and Tel Aviv University developed the Amrita Tau Water Quality Survey. And this survey is done to complement the existing efforts. We do not only incorporate biological parameters, but also chemical and physical measurements of the water quality. And our tool actually looks at a few different dimensions. And we also developed an integrating approach for monitoring. So first, as I said, we measure biological, physical, and chemical parameters. We collect a variety of both subjective, self-reported by the household, and objective, measurement-based assessment of the water quality in order to understand the KAPs, which are the knowledge, attitude, and the practice of the people towards their drinking water. Thirdly, we collected water from the source to the water that the people were drinking today. And in addition, we're looking at the treatment technologies and the storage to see if there are issues that are related to behavioral changes that could be conducted in order to provide safe water. So all of these elements are very important. Knowledge relates to, do the people understand about the health risks? Do they understand about the different treatment technologies and the differentiation between them? Attitude, what do they think about their water and the value of the water, and also the economic value? So it's not just the personal value, it's also economic value. In addition to that, the practices, what do they do with the water? How do they treat the water? Do they add materials to the water? Which type of materials? What do they believe or think that the practices that they do will solve their water problems? And maybe in the past, these treatment added practices were sufficient, but maybe in light of the degradation of the water quality, maybe they're not. And therefore, how can we combine all these things in order to understand and get the big picture about the water quality of the people, of the water quality that the people drink in the rural communities? Just to kind of move things fast, the community that we worked, of course, our study was done in India, so I think that you know this by now. In the Kerala state, in the Alappuzha district. And we actually tested different wards, and we conducted both the survey and the water quality analysis in these areas. And so this is a picture of one of the studies that were conducted in one of the households in Kerala. Okay, so how did we do the analysis? Okay, so as I said before, the testing was also done by physical testing and also by conducting a survey. We actually call this the hybrid methodology for monitoring the household water quality. So as I said before, the water quality was mapped from the source to the household, to the storage, to the practices, okay? And we also mapped the socioeconomic factors that affect the water quality at each stage. In addition to that, we used the smartphone with a Survey CTO app in order to insert the answers for the questions, and after that, allow us to have smart analysis of the data that was obtained in order to provide an understanding and in order to combine the physical and the subjective analysis of the water quality. So all of these things were done in parallel in each household. So the questionnaire included many questions. I'll not go over that. Just briefly, we asked the people, where do you collect the water? Who collects the water? How much do they pay for the water? If they pay, are they aware of a secondary water source? In addition to that, we asked them, do you treat the water at the household level? And if you do, how do you treat the water? And what do you feel about the water? Do you feel that the water that you drink is safe before treatment and after treatment? So we made this differentiation. And we also asked them, for example, do they suffer from water scarcity? So one team asked the questionnaire and put all the answers inside the Survey CDO app. Another team took the water sample from the water that they were drinking today, and also check the physical, biological, and the chemical water quality parameters in order to understand the social and both the technical aspects of the water. So this is a flow chart, and this is like kind of like a flow chart of how we pass. So go with me through from the start to the end, where we started, as I said before, with the socioeconomic profile, the education level, the water management, the household level. Then we asked, where did you collect the water? Was it piped, collected, delivered? Do you suffer from water scarcity? So this looks at awareness. Then we looked at the different treatments at the household level and why do they treat the water? What do they believe that the treatment will do? Then we asked them about the knowledge about their water sources. And then we asked them about the visible parameters of the water. So for example, the color of the water, the taste and the smell of the water, and also the hardness, and is the quality consistent? How do they generally feel about the water and the secondary sources? Then we looked also at disease awareness. So we asked questions about different diseases, and we wanted to know, do they correlate these things to water? Okay, so this is the start and this is the end, and I'll just share a little bit our results. Okay, so let's look at this figure. Okay. So basically, as I said, for the survey instrument also captured GPS coordinates. Okay, so we actually knew exactly where we surveyed each household, and we also took images in a phone camera, and we went through the logic that was explained before, and also. In the paper that we now submitted, there is access to the questionnaire, so everyone can actually download the questionnaire and use it through a mobile phone and access it, and even change it according to their personal needs. So these are actually the words that we tested. So we consider that there are various public sources. There's a water treatment plant, which is Ochira. It's the Kerala Water Authority, WTP. And we consider that along the path line, groundwater, well water was added due to the reduction in the pressure along the pathway of the water. And we also tested here a few other villages in a different area. Okay, so this is basically what we did. This is an overview of the drinking water use, and we consider that out of the survey that we did, actually in this area, 63% obtained piped water. Okay, in this area from a centralized WTP. So this is 63%. And 23% actually, 23% actually collected water from a public source. So a public source could be actually a public well, or it could be a public pipeline, or a public storage facility. Then about 13%, which you cannot see here, actually had water that was delivered to the household. So the water was delivered either through tank filling services or bottles and cans. And about 2% obtained water from on-site sources. It could be public, private well, or from their neighbors. I would actually say, from a person that comes from a country that we open our tap and get a stream of fresh water, I was actually surprised about the amount of, about the diversity, the diversification of the water sources that people have to actually use in order to have safe water. So this was for me a little bit puzzling, because actually when I open the tap, I don't ask where does this water come from. It just comes in, I just use it. And this kind of like, this thing was very touching for me. So I'll just go over quickly because I want to go over the results, and time is kind of like being scarce now. Okay, Basically, we asked the people that did treat the water at the household level, which type of treatment they used. So it was either boiling or adding traditional materials. And this thing is very interesting. The traditional materials that people used at their household level. And also some added different substances. Most of the people boiled, but they also combined boiling with a cloth filter or boiling with adding substances, letting the water settle down and boil. So there are different types of combinations of treatment technologies that were done at the household level for those that treated the water. The rest actually were drinking water without any household treatment. The materials that were added were really interesting. So cumin, roots of barks of medicinal plants, and ginger. I must say that this kind of triggered me to want to learn more about cumin. And now we're doing a research study to understand how can we integrate cumin in some type of treatment technology. And I hope that maybe next time we can talk about this. In addition to that, we also examined the household treatment for the different physical parameters without addition of substances, with addition of substances, and without treatment. So for example, just to show one case, the y-axis here is turbidity. And we can see that, for example, that without household treatment, the turbidity level ranged below 5 NTU. However, due to addition of materials, in some cases, the turbidity increased. Okay, so for example, these are a few cases. We can see here also, for example, change in the ORP between without and with adding substances. So there were a few water quality parameter changes due to the treatment. Okay, then we asked the people, how do they feel about the safety of their water source? And we subdivided the safety of the water sources to very good, good, satisfactory, bad, and very bad. So actually, this year we asked the people, how do they feel about the safety with and without treatment of the water? And we can see that generally speaking, people are more satisfied when they treat the water at the household level. Okay, regardless if this treatment actually improves the quality of the water. So we were actually surprised to see and learn that in many cases, the biological quality of the water, even though the people treated the water was actually not very good, 75% of the cases had coliforms in the water after boiling, and 25 of them had E. coli. Because the water was boiled and stored in tanks and kept there for a few days, and maybe we're not sure about the reasons, but actually probably the practices of the water storage can be improved. We can see here also a few interesting things is that across the entire wards that we actually analyzed, most of the people felt better about the water, and this is actually doesn't matter the geography. Most of the people felt better when they treat the water at the household level. So this is something that is very important to acknowledge. In addition to that, we examined if the water had a smell or color, and in some cases the water had a red color, yellow color, brown color. In some cases the water had a chlorine smell, and this is only probably in cases where they got the water from the Ochiro water treatment plant, okay? But
Professor Hadas,
yeah?
could you wrap up in a few minutes?
Yes, I'm aware of the time. I'm aware of the time. And also in addition to that, due to the flooding results in a decrease in the oxygen concentration in the water. Due to decrease of oxygen concentration in the water, we have more leaching of iron from the soil to the water, which results in formation of iron oxides, which imparts a smell and a taste to the water. And I would like to just before I wrap and summarize, I want to say that we kind of took this to a next level in experiments that also we done in Moshi district in Tanzania. In this case, we wanted to actually, instead of us monitoring the water and coming to the villages as the students, we actually, and this is also together with Amrita, we actually trained water ambassadors, which are women living in the villages that can actually conduct by themselves the survey and the water quality test. In this case, the water quality tests were not as complex. It's mainly dip papers. So our idea here, it was to test if this model is even possible, not to really analyze the water for its quality. It's only to see if the model of training and having local participants of the villages analyze their water and conduct the survey. So I would like to end with this, that I hope to get back to India soon. And it's always a pleasure to talk with you, and hopefully I'll see you soon again, everyone. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Amani. There is a question from Dr. Saket Pandey. Very interesting talk. Can we access the manuscript behind it?
Yes, so we submitted the paper after working on it for 2 years. It was very difficult to analyze the data, but now we understand how to analyze the data. So hopefully it will get accepted fast. And how do we contact the person that asked?
Professor Manisha has his contact, so I'm sure.
So she's the corresponding author in the, yes. Okay, great. Then yes, we would be very happy to share it, and also to further elaborate more if needed, or if anyone is interested to dive deep into the data.
I have a question, if I may ask. I'm first of all, fantastic study. Very happy to see this kind of studies conducted in various communities across the world. My question is about Cumin. I'm very curious to know more from your ongoing studies as well. But one of the things that I observed is that Cumin seems to increase the turbidity. And it also probably adds to the color, the brownish or the pinkish color that you sort of see with these waters, household treated waters. That definitely comes because of cumin. Could you comment on the other physical and biological and chemical water quality parameters analysis that you had done of these samples with the presence of cumin? I'm sure you have reported it in the manuscript. Could you please comment on that?
So when we subdivided to adding materials, we didn't go deep into, so we asked in general which materials, but we didn't do further subdivision into the type of materials. So maybe we can do that and see if we get something interesting from that. So we just subdivided into with and without addition of materials. And then we checked how it impacts the physical water quality parameters and the biological. But we did not do another subdivision into cumin, jeera, barks, leaves, and stuff like that. So maybe first we can do that. I'm personally very interested in the local traditions. I believe that there is something there, and that's why we made a composite with cumin, and we're now trying to see if it has the oxidation reduction potential in water. So we started it, and the reason why is because of this work, because I'm very curious to understand why they're adding these materials and the traditional, the traditional. So if someone wants to kind of join in, I would be very happy to dive deeper into that topic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to thank Professor Hadas Nomane for this fantastic talk. Thank you very much. Now,
thank you.
There will be hearers on behalf of IWSS and Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, a token of our appreciation and gratitude, a speaker's certificate to Dr. Das Nomane.
Thank you.
The next talk is going to be by Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh, who's the provost, and she's the director and professor at Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. She's the Dean of International Programs, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. She is the UNESCO chair, holds the UNESCO chair on experiential learning for sustainable innovation and development. She is also the Dean of the School for Sustainable Development. Her research work was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing real-time landslide warnings. I invite Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh and her team to please deliver this keynote address. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're muted.
Namaskar. Thank you, Dr. Murali. And thank you for all the participants for joining this program. I will try to share my PPT as quick as possible. I hope you are able to see the slides.
Yes, yes, ma'am. I think it's going into, it's on presentation mode. Yes.
Okay. So thank you. So what I would try to bring in is some of the few projects which we have worked at Amrita on water sustainability and resilience area, and what are the experience we have gathered in this implementation. Along with me, I have two of my colleagues, Mr. Krishnanandan and Ms. Reshma from the School for Sustainable Development, also joined for today's presentation. The data which I am going to present today actually comes from the effort from a multiple set of faculty and students from different schools of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. It comes from Amrita School for Sustainable Development, Amrita School of Engineering, where majorly civil engineering and chemical engineering has contributed a lot. Amrita School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, School of Biotechnology, Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, School of Medicine, Amachi Labs, UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, UNESCO Chair on Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment. So it contains all these different works in collaboration with also Amrita's parent organization, Mata Amritangamai Math. So if you look at the water sustainability and the United Nations target under SDG 6, clean water and sanitation, the key areas which they talk about is the access to safe and affordable drinking water for all, where it looks at the both social and economic factors, and the restoration of water-related ecosystems in the environmental aspects, the strengthening of participation of local communities in improving water management, and more efficient use of resources to decouple economic growth from environment degradation. In each of these areas, Amrita has worked out different programs where if you look access to safe and affordable drinking water, there's a large program called Jeevamritam. On the restoration side, there is a large initiatives with respect to looking at river regeneration, and also with respect to the waste management in the communities, and strengthening participation of local communities. There was large effort on water-wise community, building water-wise communities, water champions, and having specific programs at school level to take it forward. And for the efficient use of resources, there are large IoT systems has been built and it is used for monitoring, continuous monitoring, and also for mapping the hotspots of contaminations and early warning systems to understand that how the water quality is changing and how is it impacted with the climate change also. So in a nutshell, what we are looking forward is how can we build water-wise community who will actually look into also the sustainability and resilience in the community. So as I earlier said, the key focus is access to water, where we have built water distribution systems in more than 7 communities. And we have ensured access and availability of clean drinking water solution through Jeevamritam, where it is a program of reaching to 5,000 communities in providing clean drinking water. And restoration and efficient use, where we have actually brought in community empowerment at multiple scales, and also for efficient use in building IoT systems and deploying IoT systems to monitor the resources, the distribution systems, and also water quality. And all these things has been enhanced by the participation of local communities, where specific programs has been built for building water-wise communities and engaging them in waste management. From here onwards, I would request Mr. Krishnandan to take over.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope I'm audible. So talking about water access and availability, now we can see that, there are 4 different. Should I share my screen, ma'am? So there are 4 different verticals that you can look at. One is water availability, water accessibility, water ethnography, and water quality. So to ensure, when you're ensuring sustainable water access and availability, these 4 verticals need to be, it needs to ensure that these 4 verticals are met. So when you're talking about water availability, you will need to understand the geology, climate, over abstraction, presence of aquifers in different locations. And when you're talking about water accessibility, you will need to look at the various conflicts that happen over there with regards to the community conflicts, the economy followed by the community, the distance from the sources, what are the discrimination, whether it's a caste discrimination, gender discrimination, the time required to collect the technology, the power required for drawing the water. When you're looking at water ethnography, you need to look at the knowledge level, the attitudes of the community, the practice, behavior, skills, and culture. And when you're talking about water quality, you will need to look into the pollutants, the source of contamination, how the treatment needs to be done, and how it may be that it can how disasters, when certain disasters happen, how it leads to depreciation of water quality. And these efforts were taken in each of these communities, majorly Harirampura in Rajasthan, Kuttapada in Odisha, Ratanpur in Bihar, Kudipadu Cheruvu in Andhra Pradesh, Komalikudi Kerala, Pandori in Jammu, Dunda in Uttarakhand, and Ransa in Maharashtra. Could we go to the next slide, ma'am? And looking at certain case studies as examples on how we were able to provide safe and affordable drinking water. And what we need to see here is how dynamic the deployment approaches have been based on the requirements of the community. First is in the case study in Harirampur and Rajasthan. It is located in Savai Madhopur district with a population of 550 people housed in 65 houses. Now, when we actually went there to deploy these solutions, we understood certain cultural inhibitions exhibited by the community. One is that being an agrarian community, we could not expect their participation during the day because they are heavily involved in agriculture and majorly during the harvest season. And there is no availability of skilled laborers also. So in such an environment, dynamic decisions were taken on field where in the capacity building was incorporated within the team. So the team members, the researchers and students were made to do all these work where they had to actually build trenches and lay down all the pipes by themselves. This brought in the model of dynamic implementation where on field situations we will need to adapt and make sure that we are able to adjust to the on field situation and ensure that the work is conducted in a sustainable manner.
So here, one of the major thing which I want to bring out is, see, when we have worked on this solution, we worked with the community and actually brought in an overhead tank structure, which is made of steel, which will take care of our needs. The requirements were laid, work with the community, etc. But what we have left out or missed at the point was whether we will get the skilled laborers. Even though we work with the community, then that particular point has never come during the discussion. But when we started the work, that's when we realized that a lack of skilled workers in that area to do the steel-based work. So then we had to iron-based work, and then we had to change on field that to a concrete structure. So the field team had to quickly get the capabilities in working, and they had to work with the faculty in the campus to develop these things. So you can see that even though you worked participatorily with the community and co-design, there can be cases where you miss things. So it is a necessary that you have to have a dynamic team who are in the field, who are willing to study anything at that moment and then do the work. Krishna?
Okay, ma'am. Now looking at the situation in Guptapada, when water distribution system was deployed in this village. Now this village is located in the Khordha district of Odisha with a population of 277, and we have almost 63 houses. And here again, there was a different cultural inhibition that was experienced here by the student team and the researchers. So the thing is, like here, though you might see that it's just a requirement for water accessibility, but the way they wanted it was very different. So here the community insisted that the pipeline should be at a common point. So they didn't want taps to each houses. They wanted to be accessed from a common point, because they felt that that's one time where people can get together and they can talk and have a time to socialize. And they didn't want the pipelines to go near the toilet, and neither did they want the pipelines to go in front of the houses as well, because they felt that it was not they were not very comfortable with it. So the team had to go about with a completely different deployment approach, where the provision of water tap was provided at a common point, which was convenient for the women from houses nearby to come. And the number of houses that can access to this was done with their consultation. And also the pipelines were diverted to ensure that they are not going near the toilets. So here again, there was a bit of change in the design that had to be done. And also the distance of pipelines from each toilets were maintained. So there was a uniform distance that was maintained from the toilets. This was as per the requirements of the community.
So you can see that how the designs are changing on field, even though both of them were providing in the water distribution system, the design had to be changed with their cultural inhibitions and what they want and how much skilled they are, what is the availability of local resources. Accordingly, even though participatory approaches were used, we had to change on spot different aspects of it. And if you see that this is a group of members from the university, from different backgrounds, have been gone to this village and stayed there and built this solution. And you can see that it is a 4-kilometer long stretch of pipeline had to be put in. And all the students and faculty, with the participation from community members, they were able to build the whole setup with the overhead tank, and at least every pipe point at least every five houses, etc. Whereas in the Rajasthan, each and every house has a pipeline, and each house had one pipe point. The tap point was there. But they were also looking forward how the agriculture can get the water. So their needs were different compared to the needs in the Guptapada, Odisha. So the design had to be changed accordingly, even though the solution looks safe.
Now coming to the situation in Pandori, a village situated in the North Indian state of Jammu, in the district Kathua, we had a population of around 764 residents who were housed in 159 houses. Here again, one challenge that was faced here was that the community were not the water sources that they had, they were just fetching it from a nearby place, but they were not aware that there is a common water source that is available underground. So when the research team went there and they tried to introspect and tried to probe and go around and see, they found out that there is an artesian well aquifer. There's an artesian aquifer below the village. And as you all know, artesian wells, they are, wells, they're the groundwater with built up pressure. So just in a place where if there is a source for it to come out, it comes out with pressure. So this water source was identified by the research community. And based on that, they had deployed the water distribution system in such a way that it was incorporating the water source from the artesian aquifer. And that water source was utilized to connect to all the house, to connect to the various points of distribution within the village. And this was a very dynamic approach. Now moving to the approach utilized in Jharkhand. So it is this is located in the Ranchi district, and the village name is Karkata. So here it is again a completely different situation where water scarcity was a primary problem faced by the rural communities, and though being an agrarian community, they were not able to find jobs in summer because of water scarcity. So the model that was followed here was a detailed co-design approach was done with the rural community to understand what exactly were they expecting to be the solution. So with immense participation from the community, we went through the series of co-design phase, starting from the define phase, the recruit phase, and planning phase, which had a very detailed planning where various co-design tools were used in the form of icebreaker sessions, group formation session where mind map was done, and the groups were split and mind map was done, where we understood that water was very important for them, as it was something that they used for agriculture, and they believed agriculture was very important for them. And the group sketching was done where they highlighted the challenges of trying to find work in summer, but sometimes to no avail. And storytelling helps us to understand the situations of water scarcity in summer, where they were forced to not find water for even drinking requirements, and dehydration was one of the primary challenges faced during that summer. And all these inputs were brought in together into a brainstorming session, which was done along with group stretching, where an on-farm reservoir was ideated by the rural community, and they brought in this model to ensure that the water during the monsoon season is harvested, and this is deployed in each field where a deep reservoir is built on each agricultural land, and the runoff water is collected, which is stored and utilized during summer.
The main thing what we learned in the whole process is we cannot have a strict rule of how these different technologies can be used, techniques can be used. According to the community's social and also their behavioral characteristics, the type of technology or approach what we'll use, and the order in which we use, and how many times and what pace we use will change with respect to the community's thing. So that is where the members who are in the field has to be dynamic to understand and do accordingly, and then get the maximum result output. May I ask Ms. Reshma to start the presentation? Reshma? Reshma, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I hope it's audible. I'll share my screen now, ma'am.
You want to share the screen, or I just move the screen?
No, ma'am, I'll share the screen.
Okay.
No, I cannot share my screen.
So why don't you just present? I will move it.
Okay, fine. Okay. The slides are not visible, ma'am.
Is it visible now?
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll start with that. So as we know that access to clean and safe drinking water is a fundamental requirement for all human beings. Amma, the Chancellor of Amrita Vishwavidyapitham, actually initiated a project called Jivamridam to provide clean and safe drinking water to all human beings in India, throughout India. So this was actually a student project where the students designed a solution to provide clean and safe drink, to remove the contaminants present in the drinking water and provide safe and clean and safe drinking water to all human beings. Now, actually, we have 250 deployments throughout India, and we are planning to scale up this project into 5,000 villages. Next slide, ma'am. So to deploy this solution in different communities, we actually followed a 7-step method. That is, first we'll identify the community, then we look into the feasibility and assessment of community level, and then we'll go for community selection, and we'll co-design the solution, then development and deployment of the solution, and we'll do the capacity building, and then go for the sustainable business model. So actually, by understanding the water quality in each of these community, we follow these 7-step methods in each of this community, and then deploy a suitable solution for each of these communities. Next slide, ma'am. So coming into the first step, actually, we have to understand the water quality status in each of these community. For that, we actually initially we did a massive analysis of water quality throughout Kerala by collecting water quality statistics from Ministry of Drinking Water and Sanitation. We analyzed the data, water quality data, and we understood that the water quality throughout Kerala is highly contaminated by physical, chemical, and biological pollutants. So according to WHO and Indian standards, the water quality, both the physical, chemical, and biological parameters has to be within certain limit to be safe, to be suitable for drinking purpose. So according to these parameters, when we did the analysis, we could find that almost all the parameters were above the limit, especially coliform's pH, turbidity, iron, and E. coli were high, above the limit in almost about 90% of the samples. And we could also see that in almost above 90% of the samples, the presence of coliforms and E. coli was high. So based on this, we developed a model that could remove bacterial contaminants from the drinking water. Next slide. Next was to understand the feasibility and classification of the community. For that, we use key metrics, that include water quality, local governance, community-specific, solution-specific, and field-based pre-selection remark. And we utilized an integrated methodology which included field observation, interviews, qualitative and quantitative analysis. For the co-design of the solution, we actually adopted different theories like diffusion of innovation theory. And while implementation of the solution in a particular community, we could understand that trust plays a very important role in implementation of the solution. Acceptance of a solution in a particular community, the trust plays a major role in acceptance of a particular solution in a community. So we adopted that theory also during our co-design phase. Coming into next slide, ma'am.
So not only that, like we have also initially assessed what is the readiness level of each community, and based on that, the strategies has been brought in, and that has helped us to bring in the co-evolutionary design and the community-centered approach, where we looked at the problem awareness through partnership, we looked at the problem co-definition and idea co-generation and concept co-evolution, and then experiment and analysis on a specific culture using UTA-UT model.
So coming to next slide, to know whether a community will accept solution or not, as I said, like trust plays an important role in acceptance of the solution. To understand if a solution is suitable for a community, we actually, as ma'am said, we actually adopted UTA-UT model, which included different factors such as performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, and facilitating conditions.
So we have developed different methodologies by which we are able to understand what is the performance expectancy from the community side, so that we can maximize the household level usage of clean drinking water and reduce the waterborne disease in community, and ease of operation and maintenance became key performance factors given by them. And in the effort expectancy, we were able to understand that what the community members could expect in improved health, as well as time and effort saved once the solution was implemented. And in the social influence, we were looking into the change agents, and based on the change agents, we were able to work. So that while using, will the village using the technology be seen as a change agent in the eyes of the neighboring villages, the government, the local hospitals, etc., for using state-of-the-art water purification technology? That was having a social influence there. And for the facilitating, we brought in the inclusiveness. So the inclusive to difference among users from multiple caste and economic backgrounds has been brought in as we were implementing.
To ensure, can I go, ma'am?
Yeah, go ahead.
So to ensure the capacity building, we actually adopted the method followed by UNDP. We actually adopted UNDP capacity development process, which included 5 steps. That is, first, the engagement of stakeholders, then assess the capacity of the stakeholder, formulate capacity development response, and implement the capacity development response, and finally evaluate the capacity development.
So in each of these things, if you see the engaged stakeholders, we have used different modes of engagement. We brought in the local government authorities, we brought in the women self-help groups, the children from the schools and school authorities also, and each of them are engaged at different levels to derive all these different design parameters and also to develop the solution. To assess the capacity, we have actually, as I earlier said, community readiness assessment, and also to assess the existing resources in terms of manpower, knowledge, access, challenges faced. We have gone through and assessed it so that the design can be made into an implementable solution. And to formulate the capacity development, we have planned different workshops and conduct stakeholder specific awareness sessions and activity-based workshops by experts based on their capabilities. And these capacity development response have been implemented through interactive workshops and trainings organized for the school teachers and students, and also with respect to self-help groups. And we have seen the students and school was in majority of the places, they were playing a bigger role, and also the women self-help groups. And to evaluate the capacity development, a sustained engagement with the community for direct and indirect feedback of these capacity development activities was initiated by building water-wise communities and building water champions in the community. So the other major thing which comes in is how do you ensure the sustenance of the whole work itself. So that's where the sustainable business model comes. The major factors which showed influence in our work was the finances, the revenue and the cost structure, the infrastructure, the activities, the resources and the partners, and the offering value proposition to the customers and customers in segments, channels, and relationships. Most of the common business models which we have seen are these 5 models. We initially started with local government ownership model, LGO, where they take the ownership on the operation and maintenance, but in some of the areas, based on the variation with respect to the socio-cultural aspects and also with respect to the economic ban, in some areas, community-based organizations were more powerful than local government organizations, and where they already have a business model for taking care of whole community. So they have taken up the challenge of operating and maintaining the system without even having a financial implication on the people, because they already have a methodology where they are collecting some amount for taking care of the different aspects in the community organization. And they also have other things where community per se, where we have built consumer committees. And then these consumer committees started owning the model. So there, what happens is that this consumer committee will have like 50 members or 100 members in the community, families, and they decide what is the cost at which they want to sell the purified water, how you will actually deliver, what is the supply chain, etc., who is going to operate and maintain, and whatever amount they bring in, there is a small profit in it, which will help us to actually maintain the system and also to provide income for at least one member. And there are some places where schools become where central of that community itself, where school have large places and they have more hands into taking decisions and decision power in those communities. There the school ownership model came in, where the system is deployed in the school and maintained by the school owners or the school administrators on operating and maintaining. Some places we can see that whereas like the youth was very active and there are youth clubs who are willing to do all these things, things. So there the youth club ownership model became the more sustained way. So based on each community, even though we started with local government ownership model, there are other models has been derived in the community in the variability with respect to their social and cultural and economic aspects. So thus the community empowerment has been achieved through a PPP model, public-private partnership model, where community majorly engage in vulnerability assessment, ownership or on awareness of building for local water resources, water resource management and water governance, daily operation and maintenance of solutions, and they became the ambassadors for water-wise community. Whereas the local government majorly took the role for support for clean drinking water solution implementation, resource allocation for water initiatives, water governance through public participation, and policies for water resource management, governance, and livelihood strategies. The university has took the ownership into design the solution for clean drinking water access, develop training programs for local water conservation, efficient use of water, conduct capacity building for water resource management, water governance, and the NGO where it has looked into the identifying community, identifying partner community organization, mobilizing the community, co-funding the program and livelihood strategies for adaptation to climate change and water sustainability. And we further strengthen the participation of local communities by enhancing the water awareness in communities, especially among the women and children, and train the students to become water champions in those areas in different schools, identify water ambassadors from the community, and rank the communities based on sustainable water management from the community. Here we have worked very closely with Tel Aviv University, and you can see that Dr. Tami is in the photo also, where she was interacting with the students and faculty and giving them the awareness in the whole program. And while we are doing that, we want to also make sure that the community takes up the ownership. So we have built an experiential learning platform, a crowdsourced mobile application, Empower Community app, which will help us to actually to monitor and track the progress, how community members are handling this, imparting online training and coordinates for various development activities, and also daily reporting of the maintenance and operations, and also internet for be used by the community researchers and the students together when they work in the involvement. And this has helped us to have a lot of participation among the members, among the different stakeholders, so that we are able to manage it effectively. With this, we didn't end the program. We also had major program looking at how can we have clean drinking water solutions, not only by having, not only through for the technical solution, we also empowered the community to engage in the road cleaning, the waste management and recycling, the tree plantation, and large river and also the religious places like Sabrimala, and there the regeneration and also the cleaning of the area with more than 5,000 communities, where the NGO played a major role in bringing in the volunteers. And the university brought in the students and faculty, and so build rural cleanup drives all around the country, and also the WASH method of outreach also we have done. So this has provided an ambience for a national level engagement on building the awareness in the community and empowering them to take care of their own locations. We have also team worked on open defecation free village campaign, which the presentation will come soon from Professor Bhavani, and they have engaged in toilet construction, community organizers, ODF pledge, and public awareness. I'm not going in detail because she will be taking care of both the scenarios. And thus different areas has been covered through different projects of distribution systems, micro hydroelectric systems, scalable sustainable rural sanitation model, etc. And all this has helped us to bring in the global recognition, the impact ranking 2021. We are ranked first in the India in world's top as 100, as 81st in one, and in the education we are 5 in the world, gender equality 8, good health and well-being 37, clean water and sanitation 52. What I have forgot to mention is we have a very strong collaboration with the School of Medicine, where we work with them on in each of the communities to look at what are the waterborne diseases and why it is happening, and then awareness based on that. And the School of Biotechnology work closely in bringing in the sanitation-based solutions, where they have also got the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation project, which help them to also to build models which can be used in per household. So on the path forward, what we are looking into is water availability, where we are looking at water resource management and wastewater management, where we have brought in the Jivamritam program. Today, we have 250 deployments, planning in the next 1 year to 500 deployments. In water access, the water distribution and community level potable water available, where we have brought in the water distribution systems, 7 communities getting extended to 10 communities. Water quality, where we are looking into dynamic contaminants and climate impacts, where we are integrating Jivamritam approach and also IoT systems for large water distribution systems in the municipalities, in the rural areas, etc. So from 5 communities to 25 communities is the plan. And water awareness, from community level awareness to water ambassadors, we are building the water wise community from 25 communities to 100 communities. And thus, like a wholesome thought process has been built in the university under the direct guidance of the chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, our Amma. And that has been implemented. And the best part is the students, the faculty, the community members, and all other stakeholders work together to achieve this. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Professor Manisha, for this fantastic presentation. Professor Manisha and your team. A very major take-home message for me, and I'm sure for most of the audience, is that in this kind of on the ground participatory work that is needed, flexibility is the watchword, whether it is the technology design or implementation or even business models. And on the ground, you have had to adapt yourself and change according to the situation, according to the context, and that is really, really fascinating for me to see. Here is one question that I would like to put up from the chat. The question is, for the Guptapada water system, were there any laboratory tests that were done to ascertain whether the water is contaminated? Since there is no water treatment that is being done there, water is being consumed without any treatment. This was the question that has been asked.
In each of these places, we have actually done the water testing, and each of the water distribution systems, we have been clearly given things where, some of them are for the agriculture purposes, some of them are for the household, and for the drinking, it is a completely different provisioning. So based on that levels are marked.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you, everybody.
The next presentation, before we move on to the next presentation, a token of our gratitude, speaker certificate presented to Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh, Provost, Strategic Initiatives, Innovation, and AI. The next keynote is going to be delivered by Dr. Natalia Sineva, with a PhD in engineering. Dr. Natalia Sineva is an associate professor at the Novosibirsk State University of Architecture and Civil Engineering. She is a member of the UNESCO Chair on Theory and Technology of Environmental Safety in Water Resources Control at Novosibirsk State University of Architecture and Civil Engineering in Russia. She is also the director of the Institute of International Affairs. She's going to deliver a keynote address on joint international environmental projects as an instrument of environmental diplomacy. Thank you very much. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Do you hear me? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And so I'm very proud to meet you today. Of course, I want to say thank for organizations of this event, Dr. Manisha Nadini Ramesh and Dr. B. Sound Harajan, for the opportunity to participate here with my report. It is a real great opportunity to present our university and share our experience in the implementation of Earth educational projects. Thank you very much. And I want to say a few words about our university, Novosibirsk State University of Architecture and Civil Engineering, SIPSTRIN. The university is located in the city of Novosibirsk, Russia, in the southwest of Siberia. And Novosibirsk is the capital of the Siberian Federal District, large city. It's cultural, scientific, administrative city. Capital of the Siberian region. And some facts about our university: more than 5,000 bachelor's, undergraduates, and graduate students study in some directions of training in the field of construction, environmental management, environmental and technosphere safety, and others. The structure of the university consists of several institutes and faculties: architectural and urban planning, civil engineering, environmental and engineering faculty, etc. And at our university, the number of foreign students is constantly growing. Since 1978, representatives of more than 68 countries have been studied at the university: Australia, Asia, North and South America, Africa, and Europe. And today, about 500 foreign students is studying in our university from different countries: Azerbaijan, Angola, Zambia, Kazakhstan, Cambodia, Canada, and others. And what about our university? We are a member of various international corporations, and our university was we are active organizers of various international events. In 2020, the university was the organizer of the scientific conference for the Shanghai Cooperation Organization University. The name is Global Challenges and Opportunities for Sustainable Development until 2030. Hosting the section ecology. In 2021, we organized the 10 International Festival of Architecture, Construction and Design Schools of Eurasia, together with Kazakhstani University. The festival was attended by 69 universities from 16 countries. The university is a base for the scientific schools and innovation centers, and you can see on the slide, and in some scientific directions. And of course, the UNESCO chair of our university was established in 2015. The main chair's activities are training graduates, in the educational program, conducting research on environmental issues or the Siberian region and the world, supporting a project to improve environmental culture. And the UNESCO chairs includes more than 10 scientific staff. The specific of our UNESCO chair work lies in the emphasis on applied scientific research or the technical nature within the framework of such sustainable development goals, as you can see on the slide. Number 4, quality education, 6, clean water and sanitation, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, and of course, partnership for sustainable development. And particular attention is paying to regional and international Earth environmental project as a mechanism for preparing responsible young people for our joint future beyond boundaries and races, creating all conditions for the implementation of ideas for future safe cities, for the lives of our children and all future generation. And our educational and scientific project, the name is Comfortable and Safe Future Cities. And all the meetings in our project can be divided into three directions. And the first of it, volunteer activities of the student movement. This is different festivals, environmental events, for example, the World Earth Day campaign, initiatives from UNESCO. The second point on this slide, environmental education activities or the students' movement, the interaction with the younger generation in order to teach school children not even to stop in difficulty and to be able to solve environmental problems. Our students hold up to 20 meetings with school children annually. Third point is environment-oriented research, innovative students' activity. This is the most important area of activities in the universities, the professional incubation environment. On the slide, you can see some directions of undergraduates studies or the UNESCO chair are presented. And most of them applied technical scientific researches. After analyzing research data, students prepare reports, conferences, seminars, international summer schools. And an important direction of students' activities is participation in professional competitions with the support of environmentally friendly enterprises. For example, we organized in the past period competition green infrastructure development in the city of Novosibirsk. Competition let's keep springs together, a regional environmental project, make a step together for ecotourism development in especially protected natural territories. And so some results of our educational scientific projects you can see on this slide. Project implementation period was from 2017 up to 2021. The project passed the stages were the beginning, involvement, immersion, growth, new level. On average, about 1,000 Russian and foreign students, school children, and the citizens were involved in the project activities annually. Scientific and educational activities have made it possible to have a creative environment for the specialist training in the field of architecture and construction with the general cultural and professional environmentally oriented competencies with the involvement of the professional and scientific communities of Russia and abroad. Volunteer activity makes it possible to draw public attention to the environmental problems of urban areas. It helps students to develop general cultural competencies and skills to act in non-standard situation, creativity, etc. And an important component in the project is the availability of implemented students' educational results in the field of sustainable development. Those projects results are shown on the slide. For example, adaptation of urban ecosystem, rivers ecological rehabilitation, etc. And the project implementation gives some benefits to educational and scientific organizations in the form of improving the quality of education and science, as well as environmentally oriented specialized organizations, qualified personnel. For government authorities, is the region's industry development, and for population, an increase in the living standard and its duration. And so in the end of my report, I want to say that since the solution of global environmental problems is still an unresolved task today in this direction, and so there are great prospects for environmental diplomacy, in our opinion. Attraction of positively thinking Earth or else creating conditions for the transformation of human attitudes towards environmental problems, responsibility for the destruction of the biosystems, and joining efforts in the fight against environmental problems. The activity, determination, and success of the Earth movement give hope, strength, and strength in the future for us, the inhabitants of the planet Earth. Thank you very much for your attention, everybody, and please, our colleagues, dear participants, let me invite you and your colleagues to take part in our meeting, environmentally friendly technologies of urbanized areas, section in English, which is going to be held at the site of the UNESCO chair of our university. Which is our conference will take place on April 20. Promptly, of course. Thank you very much. On this slide, my contacts, some contacts, email and phone. Thank you. Thank you for your attention, and I'm very, very proud to take part in this event, conference, international conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing a fantastic overview of the activities of the UNESCO chair at your university. I have a question for you, basically. You have carried out so many projects and implemented it in a very well-structured manner, going from conception to implementation. Now, in terms of environmental safety technologies that you've implemented in communities, could you give me one or two examples for the audience to sort of understand what kind of issues are observed in the region surrounding where you are, and what sort of solutions could be developed and what have been implemented? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question with technologies, I understand. And so in our region, we have some water issues and we'll try to decide some problems. For example, for our rivers, Ob, Irtysh basin, so we decided some problems in ecological monitoring of these rivers and some ecological and technological aspects of solid waste management. I think it is very great problem for different points of the world. And of course, development of purification technology for domestic water waste, water. And in our city, we have a problem for the rain and melt water purification. And our laboratory of the UNESCO chair works in development of technologies in this direction, scientific direction, and of course sustainable water management for green infrastructure or the city of Novosibirsk. Your question is very important, of course, and I want to say that my main direction of the UNESCO chair work is scientific and educational project, but scientific different innovation and technologies is a task of our rector and the head of our UNESCO chair, Yuris Kolubovich, and if you will I think he will take part in the future international event by your organization. No problem. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It will be our pleasure. Thank you as a token of our gratitude and appreciation, a speaker's certificate is presented to Dr. Natalia Siniva. Thank you very much, ma'am. And now we are moving to the last speaker of this session, Dr. Bhavani Rao. Dr. Bhavani Rao serves as the UNESCO Chair in Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. She is the director of the Amachi Labs, that is Amrita Multimodal Applications Using Computer and Human Interaction Labs at Amrita. As the director of Amachi Labs, she heads research and development that focuses on human-computer interaction, robotics and automation technologies for education, skill development, disaster response, medical assistance, and rehabilitation. I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Bhavani Rao to kindly deliver her keynote address.
Thank you so much for having me here this evening. And allow me to congratulate the organizers of this event, Dr. Manisha, who is the UNESCO Chair in Experiential Learning. It's such an important topic. Water is something that is not just important, it's also very close to our heart here at Amrita. And so again, very thank you, and thank you to a wonderful team that has put this together, this remarkable program together. I'm going to share my screen for my presentation. What I would like the participants to bear in mind is that at Amrita, you have to think of all the talks as like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle coming together. So we all kind of work together. So you may see some overlaps, in what is being presented by me and what was presented earlier by Dr. Manisha's team. We work very closely together. So while I represent the social sciences aspect of it, Dr. Manisha has often worked on the technological side of things. And so we kind of bring our expertise together. So let me share my screen. So would you just tell me if you can see my screen and my presentation?
We can see your screen, but I'm not sure if you're able to see a presentation yet. Maybe if you could move to the next slide.
All right. Are you able to see it now?
No, this probably is the background then that we are seeing.
Let me try that again. Share content. Okay, so we should be able to see my screen now.
Yes, now we are able to see it.
Wonderful. Okay, I'm going to start the slideshow.
Yes, now it's on slideshow.
Perfect. So yes, so my name is Bhavani, and I am the director of two research centers here at Amrita. One is Amachi Labs, which is Amrita Multimodal Application and a Computer-Human Interaction Lab. And the other is the Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality. I also hold the UNESCO Chair in Gender Equality, as was mentioned. What the work that we do really intersects on capacity building among women using technology with a special focus on skill development. The skill development can be both vocational skills as well as life skills. And skills basically to make your life, your circumstances better. The work that we do, as Dr. Manisha has already mentioned, we work in 101 villages across India. And what I will do is I will give you a snapshot of what the kind of work that we are involved in with respect to water in these rural communities. The focus areas that we work in is, of course, general safe water awareness, increasing community knowledge about water, water quality, water quantity, and the management of this resource. Good practices around water, such as hand washing, including very innovative technological approaches, such as using social robots that are designed to teach school-going children hand washing techniques. Very strong movement towards women's health awareness when it comes to water and water-related diseases, and management of the quality of water with respect to that, to prevent communicable diseases, to have water awareness programs across all the villages, not just on the Water Day, International Water Day, but also on other days that are related. So water being such an important resource. Also looking at the vulnerability of these villages when it comes to water-related disasters, water filtration. We work again with the group that Dr. Manisha heads, not directly, but just with the community in terms of mobilization awareness. Community water quality monitoring, this is something very recently we started about, and I will focus a little bit on that. Quality monitoring toolkits, which is building digital tools to help us monitor the quality of water, and basically having women water ambassadors. And so this map gives you a snapshot of the kind of projects that have been happening. Some of the main, the big ones that we've had around water are, of course, the ones that we've done in terms of sanitation, in terms of toilet building, and what we call the WISE project and the NUF filtration project. And I will take you through this in a bit. We started off with us looking into capacity building in terms of vocational training, but using technology. So it's something that we started in 2009. And our focus, interestingly, was in water and sanitation. So we taught women skills in plumbing. So they learned, the women that we trained were probably India's first women plumbers. And so they had a very good understanding of sanitation and water management. And that slowly progressed into a couple of large-scale UN-funded projects where over 3,000 women were trained, again in capacity building. But the one that we really spent a lot of time and energy was on resanitation, where we actually trained women in rural communities to build and maintain their own toilets. This then compounded in the fact that these villages where women were actually trained to build their toilets moved further than just building toilets to getting their entire community into open defecation free status. Now, this would require that the entire community has at least a 60% coverage in toilets and has certain sanitation measures implemented, which the government would come in and verify. So this was something that we have been very proud of the women ambassadors that we've managed to train in these rural communities. Following closely on the heels of this project was the WISE project, where during the 2018 floods, we realized that there's only so much you can do and the government can do in terms of infrastructure, but it really depends on the people to understand their vulnerabilities with respect to water and water resources. So it was very important for us to have like community buy-in, but with a very good scientific understanding of what water literacies are at the grassroots level. So with this in mind, we started the WISE project, which is the work also that we've done jointly with Tel Aviv University. Again, this is a series of things. So you've heard from Dr. Hadas, you've heard from Dr. Manisha. This is another peg in what tells a complete story of water in what Amrita does. So a little bit more about the community-led total sanitation approach. Here we worked on empowering 500 women across 21 states, providing them the skills, not only to build and maintain toilets, but also mobilize the entire community. So what we did is we recruited one woman per household and trained them in the best sanitation, hygiene, and water management practices. And they, in turn, worked with their entire family towards bringing the entire community towards open defecation-free status. And that was the strategy we employed. Yeah, so the main activities were technical capacity building, courses, both vocational and life skill courses that involved income generational activities like being plumbers or masons or experts in plastering, but also it involves building toilets for other people in the village. It also involves skills to mobilize government allocated funding, getting the government to take responsible actions on problems that have been identified and raised by the community. So also leveraging evidence-based techniques and cultural practices towards community buy-in, skill development, again, nurturing and leveraging the community government partnership, community outreach, mobilization, advocacy, created a whole lot of e-content with information and educational materials that was used and communication materials that was used to bring the entire community on board and to understand and sustain the programs that were started. And basically then forming communities of practice among the women towards ending open defecation and cleaning up the entire environment. Along with that, to monitor whatever was going on, we built custom tools that were used, mobile-based tools and web-based tools that would help us monitor and evaluate the project in real time. The work that we did in community-led total sanitation then brought forth, I told you, about this WISE project, which is Women in Sustaining the Environment. What we realized is that women were very powerful levers in bringing about not just behavioral changes, but also a sustainable way to maintain the environment. So the hypothesis was that if we taught women to monitor the health of natural resources on a regular basis, would they then be proactive in actually efficient management of those resources? And that was the hypothesis, and that led to basically the WISE project Again, this is being done in collaboration with Tel Aviv University. The original project started off as a two-area study in Kochi, and these were flood-affected communities. The water sources of these communities were pretty badly affected after the 2018 floods. And it seemed important that the grassroots level people really had an idea of what was happening with water in their communities. Because no matter what regulations were there in terms of government on the use of water or infrastructure development, nothing seemed to really hold ground. And so the 2018 flood basically revealed a whole bunch of fractures and vulnerabilities that was there in the population around water, of communities' understanding of water. So it was around that this particular project was designed. And the project, what we realized is that it definitely holds a lot of potential for women to actually take an active part in overseeing the resources that are there within the community. And this led to, and I think the results of this was already presented by Dr. Hadas, so I will not spend too much time talking about this. But then what happened is that we were able to progress to the second level of this project, which is we call WISE 2 or WISE Phase 2. And here what we did, we went one level further. Instead of just understanding what the attitudes and the knowledge and the behaviors of women were around water, we went one step further, is to train women in actually monitoring the resource. So local women were trained to measure the quality of water in their particular community. So these women, after being trained, they go from house to house and they collect regularly the water quality in Israel. So the challenges were multifold. So there were challenges in terms of could we get women to be reliable in gathering good scientific data on water quality at local levels? Do we have the kind of technology that will allow us to scale a project like this so that it is low cost enough and it's easy enough for women to use, that they can go and it doesn't have a time burden or a cognitive burden on them? So this is another level of what would be the engagement model of these women? How do we create the kind of model that will actually keep this intervention sustainable? How do we make sure that the data that we are getting is authentic and can be verified? So several challenges that we were faced with, and based on these challenges, we have worked in two areas, pilot areas. One's in Tanzania in Africa, and the other one was in India. And in India, we just finished work in Kerala in the Wayanad area, and we're about to go to another area in Kerala, which we will hopefully do soon. We've had a lot of delays because of COVID-based lockdowns. So just a quick photo snapshot of the activities. You will see that there is a nice montage of photos from both Africa and India, working with women in the communities, explaining to them about water quality, why it's important, getting their buy-in on why it is important to monitor water. At the same time, training them on the use of the simple tools to measure the water, and them actually implementing these in the local household on a regular basis. Again, like I mentioned, to help us monitor this remotely and to have a good way of actually gathering data, we've come up with our water quality assessor toolkit, which is basically digitizes all the data that is coming in from the sensors and the tests that are being done by the women in the different households. So the data is being captured as the women goes from one household to another household. This is being basically consolidated. The idea is also to have this information available to the community so that they can make information, they can make choices that are better informed. on the quality of their local water. So if you take a look at some of the technologies that were being used is tools for geotagging of community assets and mobile app for data collection and reporting, customized dashboards for stakeholders, program manager dashboards, center management dashboards, trainer dashboards, and water ambassador dashboards. So you can see the level of data collection that is happening. And just also like to touch upon another aspect, another very interesting aspect that we've, the work that we've done with respect to water and sanitation is, this also became very important during COVID. Of course, our work started a couple of years before COVID struck, when it was still, we were still working with toilets, and we realized that hand washing and basic hygiene was so important. Of course, during COVID times, this became a far more important story to tell. When we started working, working in rural schools, and we had this little Wizard of Oz robot that you can see over there. We called him Pepe. And Pepe would basically sing songs, talk to the children, encourage them to wash hands. We teach them the 5 steps of hand washing. And here you see that the children are actually showing how they're washing their hands to Pepe, and Pepe is kind of encouraging them on how they're doing it and things like that. So this was an extremely successful project. And it's actually caught a lot of world attention in media and BBC and things like that. So we're now moving from a Wizard of Oz based social robot to a full artificial intelligence based a social robot that actually encourages not just children, but basically anybody to wash hands the proper way. Lessons learned for promoting clean water projects. There's a very strong need to use evidence-based strategies, best practices, and culturally sensitive approaches. Of course, this is being harped on by Dr. Manisha, Dr. Hadas, and all of us. So you can keep on emphasizing this project, this point. The thing is, some of these are so subtle and so easy to miss. So there's you can keep reminding yourself of this any number of times. Next is working directly with community to generate awareness and buy-in, using the village's example to inspire other villages, bringing trained women from one village to inspire new trainees in another village. So this really works very well when we take women who have been trained from one community to another community. There is a lot more investment by the women who are training the other community into their own communities. Designing e-learning and IEC modules for low literacy users, integrating peer learning and learning and practice communities. To create a community around any kind of practice is the only way to keep it sustainable, because practice means something has to be done regularly, and therefore the only way to really sustain it is to create a community around it. Again, continued community engagement is critical to create methods where the community will engage continuously within itself, but also the way we engage with the community also should be something that is based on a continued basis. Collaboration with the local administration to get convergence and other schemes to support and improve the infrastructure and the resources within the village, again, becomes very critical. It is very important when you're doing these especially anything to do with behavioral change. It is foolish to think that you can walk in, do something, and walk out, and that change will sustain itself. Whether it is in terms of introducing a new technology, you'd have to take time, build inroads into the community, and even after implementation of an intervention, you have to stay on. Maybe not with the same fervor as you did at the beginning, but definitely stay on till it becomes something that is in the long term beneficial for the community. And you know for sure that is going in the right direction. So longitudinal studies also in this trend becomes very important, and long-term presence also along with it. Very good, important to have a community buy-in from the very start. So using strategies like PRA becomes critical. To have a common ground to discuss concerns that affect everybody, so that you can get the maximum buy-in from the community. again, is something that is very critical to sustained interaction and behavioral transformation at the grassroots level. A lot of lessons. It's also important to involve community organizations, perhaps like self-help groups, and also to rope in the younger demographics. So there's two levels. We also look into women who have just gotten married and moved into the community, but also young women who will be most likely to get married and move out of the community. So both these groups of women is somebody who we try and engage with, create and leverage innovative research methods, which is like game-based surveys, virtual reality and such, as much as possible to try and digitize the collection of data, but have also an inbuilt way to actually authenticate the data to make sure that the data that is being collected is credible. To build capacity of the community to self-monitor and evaluate. And the source of information should come from multiple stakeholders and multiple methods. And whatever technology solutions we are developing should work in not in low. What's the word? In low data settings, in low when your technology is not in less optimal circumstances. I think that would be the best way to put it. So whether you have data connectivity or you don't have data connectivity, your apps should work and such. Yeah, with this, I think I can close my presentation again. This is all work in progress. Giving you a little snapshot into what Amrita is doing. It's a very long-term engagement with communities. It's very multifaceted, multi-stakeholders, both within Amrita and outside of Amrita. And at this point, I would really like to acknowledge that we have a very wonderful team. So team members include Reshma, Ashwati, Lekha, Parameshwari from Amachi Labs and the Center for Women Empowerment and Gender Equality. We also work very closely with Dr. Manisha's team from the UNESCO Chair in Experiential Learning. We also work very, very closely on these projects with the Tel Aviv University team, which definitely includes Dr. Hadas, Dr. Ram, and Dr. Tanya. And thank you again for allowing us to present this work before you.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive overview of the activities from Amachi Labs in the area of water. Very, very, as you rightly pointed out, very long-term, multifaceted, multidisciplinary, very interesting experiences that you have gained and we can gain from you. I have a question. You have from the beginning, engaged women as stakeholders in this whole process. How has the role of women changed over a period of time, considering that you've been working with them for more than a decade and a half now? What sort of change have you seen in the role of women, how they perceive themselves, how they engage in these activities, and how they become ambassadors? What sort of message can you give us?
Thank you. I would like to say that it's like perfect, and the second we teach them, we train them on something, that they go around and they change the world in a day. It doesn't quite happen that way. I would say that oftentimes things are like spiral. So it starts off with a very strong movement towards empowerment and independence. It can then come back down again to slightly more conventional methods. It depends on also to a certain extent of the successes that they face and the support that they get from the community. So it would change very much based on that. But what we found is that no matter which village that we've worked in, there are always one or two leaders that really emerge from that. And these women are already in some ways empowered in the sense that they have certain qualities about them that are already like what we would call as leadership qualities. And then they just probably just waited for that one opportunity for them to actually explore that and capitalize on it. And then what is there within them actually starts to shine forth. And so we've always managed to tap into some of these really exceptional women in every village who then basically they move these things forward with their own personal passion. So yes, so there will be always like 2-3 really exceptional women, not necessarily all in the same area. Some of them are excellent community mobilizers. Some of them really have a very good sense of business and how to move things forward at that end. So what we try and do is we try and bring all these women together so that they can work on a particular thing together. The bulk of the women, I mean, a large number of them will follow suit. So once they see that a few of them are actually making a headway, then they kind of buy in. So even like when you start building toilets and when you approach the community and say, hey, we would be happy to train you. You're anyway going into construction areas and you're carrying material on your head. Why don't we teach you masonry and you can get 3 times the money that you are with a skill set and you can build your own toilet at home. And there'll be typically about 9 to 10 women who would come forward and say, okay, I want a toilet in my house. It's important to me. I have a daughter. And that first adopters are really the key to working with them becomes the key to our success, these first adopters. And once you see that these 9 women, the rest of the women see that these 9 women are getting toilets in their house, they want one as well. So they're kind of waiting on the sidelines to see how things are going. And then once they think, oh, this is something good, then they will jump onto the bandwagon. That's typically how we see things move. And not necessarily that it stays. Sometimes things go back. You can come back in some time and then you find that things have kind of reset themselves. This is, again, it's very important for sustained communication, sustained contact till something stabilizes. Not easy for behavioral change to happen otherwise. No shortcuts there.
Yeah. That was something I wanted to hear from you. Yes, but then again, also women are, especially in the Indian communities, are the fulcrum around whom the family revolves, and so they really are change agents. Now, over a decade and a half plus, you would have started seeing some higher order effects, them impacting their families and their families going out impacting other families in the communities. And there is the second, third order effects. Have you instituted any studies to specifically explore these higher order effects, starting from some of these few exceptional women that you pointed out, that they are very, very bright and they drive this when you first brought in? You must have a wealth of data. Have you instituted any such higher order effects studies? These are, I would say, the rarest of the rarest kind of studies. Anything that you could bring out in this regard would be really, really nice.
Yes, we have a wealth of data. We just don't have a wealth of time. This is our biggest problem. So while I have like a lot of anecdotes that I can offer on the thing, a formalized study on these change agents is not something that we have actually done so far, but it's a good idea and maybe I will put somebody on it. But very clear manifest anecdotes where women have actually managed to bring the government in a big way, built water tanks for themselves by mobilizing government funding. So there's some very remarkable stories that stand out, but again, they are anecdotal. Like a formalized study is not something we have done. But yes, good point taken.
Thank you so much.
If you have any students you want to put on it, I'll be happy to take them on.
Absolutely, we'll talk about that.
Yes.
And the rarity is that you stay engaged in a sustained manner in a community with a group of women for such a long time, and that's what is rarity in these kind of studies, and therefore you are uniquely poised to undertake these kind of higher order effect studies. So
I have to bring a point in this. One of the main ways that we were able to stay is because of the use of technology. So we have always used technology in the training. So even when we had the COVID lockdown, we were we were able to communicate to every one of our women ambassadors during the lockdown because they knew how to use phones, they knew how to use video calling techniques. And this was something that was such a strength during the COVID lockdown. Yeah, so we were very happy. We didn't think about that it would actually help us that way. We always knew we wanted to use technology more like for the carrot effect. It's like it becomes cool when you use technology, but also you have a quality control when you use technology and the kind of education that you're giving. This is so many other things, but we had a huge bonus during COVID because these women knew technology.
Huge. Absolutely huge. Thank you so much,
Thank you
for this fantastic presentation. And as a token of our gratitude and appreciation, a speaker certificate is presented to Bhavani Rao, Dean, School of Social and Behavioral Sciences, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. With that, we come to the end of this session. We had 4 fantastic presentations. All of them centered around community engagement across the globe. That there were studies ranging from water quality monitoring to behavior to environmental safety to community engagement, and this was from Kerala to various other states in India to Africa and also in Russia. So this is a very rich set of studies that we have been able to learn from, listen to, and I would like to thank the organizers for putting together such a fantastic set of talks. Now we are heading into a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at Indian time 6:10 p.m. It's 6:01 p.m. on my clock right now, so it'll be a 9-minute break. Thank you very much once again. Have a good evening.
ഒരപേക്ഷയുള്ളത് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവരയക്കണം. അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഒരു ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും. അതൊരു സൈക്കോളജിക്കലായിട്ടും നല്ലതാണ്. എല്ലാത്തിലും അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാവ് എന്നാണ്. വലത് വെറുതെ തലോടുന്നത് പോലെ മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ ദുഃഖം തൻ്റെ ദുഃഖമായും മറ്റുള്ള സന്തോഷം തൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമായി കണ്ട് അവരെ സേവിക്കാനുമുള്ള തത്വമാണ് നമ്മൾ ആധ്യാത്മിക കൂടി ഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്.
ഇപ്പത്ത് കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പൈസ സമ്പാദിക്കുന്നു, കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നു, പക്ഷേ കുടിക്കാൻ വെള്ളമില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും? ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ പണസമ്പാദനം കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam.
കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അനേക പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തങ്ങൾക്കും സംഘർഷങ്ങൾക്കും ലോകം സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിച്ചു. പ്രളയം നമുക്കൊരു താക്കീതായിരുന്നു, സന്ദേശമായിരുന്നു. സ്വാർത്ഥമായ താൽക്കാലിക ലാഭങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രകൃതി ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് കാലങ്ങൾ കുറേയായി. അതിൻ്റെ ദിഗ്ധഫലമാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. ഓരോ വർഷം കിട്ടുമ്പോഴും അത് നമുക്ക് ശവപ്പെട്ടി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ കിട്ടുന്ന വൃക്ഷം പോലായി തീർന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
Namaskar, everybody. Welcome back after the break. Let me take a moment to reintroduce Dr. Vishwanathan. Dr. Vishwanathan serves as a professor, economics and sustainability at Amrita School of Business, Amritapuri. He teaches courses on public policy, international business, business ethics, sustainability, and rural livelihoods. May I please request Dr. Vishwanathan to take over the coming session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Debashish. Namaskar all. So we are at the last session of the IWSS 2022. We have 4 speakers to enlighten us on the importance of water sustainability on varied topics. without much ado, I wanted to introduce the first speaker. Our first speaker for today is Dr. Mirza Mishal Sheikh. Dr. Mirza holds a master's degree in integrated water resources management from Germany and Jordan, and a PhD in agriculture systems research from Wageningen University. Dr. Mirza Mishal Sheikh currently serves as a consultant on sustainable natural resources management with a focus on water and land resources, with the regional focus of work mostly in the context of Africa and the Middle East. She also works as a systemic coach at the universities of Basel and Freiburg to promote a more sustainable use of personal resources, personal as well as natural resources. Today, Dr. Mirza will be addressing us on the title Water Governance, Scales and Dynamics. Welcome once again, Dr. Mirza. The platform is yours. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. You have really done a fantastic job so far, I've seen, in moderating this event, and so many interesting contributions. I'm going to share my screen so we can directly start the presentation. Do you see my screen? Is it shared for you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we are able to.
Perfect. Thank you so much for the feedback. So I would like to talk about water governance and scales and dynamics. So the main topic is water governance. So we're going to look at what that means, give a definition. We're going to look at the different scales with examples. We're going to look at the decision-making process and at sustainable management of water resources. So water governance is defined as all the processes that shape water use and management. That can be political processes, social processes, economic, administrative processes, and they can express then as laws, national laws, regional laws, rules, prices, for example, for the supply of water, or for different stakeholders, for example, for the domestic supply, industry, agriculture prices may be different, standards, for example, for water quality, norms and power. All of this influences decisions and actions around water use and water management. So in the end, to summarize, water governance is about who gets what water, when, how, and why. And looking at different governance level, if we start with the country, for example, I'm now based in Germany, we have our national laws on water resources, and then we have our national parliament taking some decisions. But we also have the different federal states. I think that's the same in India and many other countries. And those have their parliaments as well. And again, on the level of federal states, there are many municipalities that again have the royalty over some resources, and then even smaller communities where people are actively engaged deciding or managing the water resources. And then, of course, it gets down to households and individuals. And of course, each one of you as an individual in a household, in a certain community, in a municipality, in a federal state, in a nation. So it's very interesting, I think, what each of us can contribute in terms of perspectives and knowledge to water governance. And this presentation today is an invitation from my side to you to actively engage into governance of water. And I think during the presentations that you have heard earlier, you saw also many initiatives where different people are differently active. So that was already very interesting for me too. Of course, this was an analysis on national level, but we can also think about transboundary water management. Alone in Europe, if we look at international river basins, we have so many shared basins. Water does not stop at borders. And so it's also an international effort to take care and to be stewards of these water resources. So I was thinking, we can look, of course, at the water resources or who is most in need, but at the same time, all the water governance situations have similarities. And as I see them, you have, as a similarity, you have this resource, and then you have different groups of interest, so different stakeholders. It could be the domestic supplies or households, can be agriculture and industry, and so they might have different interests, also different power positions, and these interact to, in the end, come to a decision on how is the water resource governed. And I feel that often this interest, power position interaction, it's seen as something more social science, as something maybe that we as researchers are not, or as at least from the natural resource management and technical side, are not so much familiar with. So I found this particularly interesting, and that's why I would like to share my research insights from this part of the water management side. So I already got introduced. Just to confirm, then I hold a Bachelor on Environmental Management, and I continued with a Master in Integrated Water Resource Management from Germany and Jordan. I got a PhD in Agricultural Systems Research afterwards, because many water management topics are related closely to agriculture. And I wanted to learn as much as possible about diverse farm systems. So I worked in Africa, in north of Ghana mostly, and I first had to analyze what is the different farm household types. And I'm going to talk about the link to the water resources in a moment when I present some insights. And then I needed to understand, how do these different interests play out in decision-making dynamics at household level. So in my case, I looked at land resource management, but that's, again, very transferable to water resource management. And in the end, the final goal was, I'm sorry, I have a problem with this slide. The final goal was to achieve a sustainable resource use for everyone. Since 2012, I also work as a consultant, project manager, for example, for the UN FAO, for the European Commission and the Asian Development Bank, mostly with the focus on water and agriculture. And from April onwards, so next week, I'm going to join IWMI, International Water Management Institute, as a researcher working on innovation scaling in West Africa. And I'm really looking forward to that. And this presentation for me is a good start back into the water world. So thank you very much for this opportunity. So I would like to take you for now to my last big research project, which was agriculture in northern Ghana. And I'm showing you this image. And let's imagine that we are part of this village now. We see a household, a relatively poor household. In the front of this image, if you look at the trees in the back, you see another house that has a tin roof, a metal roof, and different types of bricks, which indicates a higher resource endowment. So when I arrived in this village, I first had to understand who is doing what, and who has what interests, and how do decisions on natural resource management come about. So the first step was to do a typology, and just as I've done it here for the farmers or the farm households, I can imagine it's absolutely the same, for example, in a river basin or around a specific water resource. You have different stakeholder groups, and the first step would be to identify who are they in terms of their resources and interests, and how do they influence the use of the resource. The second, then, again, interest and power position. Of course, there needs to be also a method how you can assess that. So I'm going to show you how I've done it. And as a final step in my research, I have modeled a negotiation through a serious game. I'm also going to show you how this is done. And I think this can be also used for exploring interest and power positions in a water resource setting. So the first step, making sense of diversity. In the case of Ghana, I had household survey data, and I did a principal component and a cluster analysis. And in the end, we could identify different farm types. There were low, medium, and high resource endowed farm households. And you can see the endowment is displayed in terms of the amount of land they have. You see it on these different maps, the type of crops they grow, the types and number of animals they have, and also the family members. Of course, this is there's a large difference in what labor resources do you have available in order to maintain also larger amounts of land. You can employ other people. So there are really large differences and even small communities. So this is what we found based on the household level data that was already available. But then we decided to also talk to members of the community, so different women, men, and they rather grouped farmers, not households. So they said within each household, there's a husband, a man, a household head, and there are the women, and then they have different roles. It's the same in every household, in the low, medium, and high resource endowed household. So the men are typically responsible for food security, and the women for nutritional diversity, and then the young men and women that are not married yet, they have the interest of growing cash crops so they can save for their marriage, for example, or their school fees. So they clustered individuals and not households, which made me realize that, okay, we're dealing with the horizontal and with the vertical diversity that I will have to consider when it's about the resource management. So the same in a water resource setting, who are the stakeholders and what are we looking at? Are we looking at whole institutions? Are we looking at individuals? What if we are looking at different gender perspectives? So very important to understand that your method that you choose to understand diversity influences your outcome, and in the consecutive steps influences whom you are maybe involving, and you might be forgetting someone if you only take a specific perspective. And yeah, so I've published papers on that. I found that very interesting to unravel this diversity. But then once identified, how can the different interests and power positions be described? So in the farming setting, the interest would express, or the different interests would express in production orientation. So men would grow staple crops like maize, cowpea, soybean, yams, cassava, and women would rather grow vegetables, and men would also have larger animals. For example, anything with food security, it's the men, and anything with nutritional diversity, so really a lot of different crops on smaller plots, would be the task of women. Then individuals, of course, also have different resources and skills. There are cultural norms, there are different opportunities. So all of that shapes the different interests of household members, also of households and total in general. And then, of course, the differences in resources, in skills and cultural norms also shapes the different power positions. So I was wondering, my next question was, how can I measure it, or can we measure it? I have read a lot of literature, and they said power cannot be measured. It's something more abstract, and I wanted to still give it a try. So I tried to make it as simple as possible. The interest of a person, for example, in growing a specific amount of land with a specific crop, could be expressed as their level of satisfaction. So let's imagine a household has maybe 10 acres of land, okay? And if I am the wife of this household and I'm asked, so what would be my ideal area that I would allocate to maize? Maybe I would say it's 5 acres, and at least half need to be cropped with maize. Then that would be my highest level of satisfaction. That would be my 100%. And if it's more or less, the satisfaction will decrease until I reach my minimum and maximum. And after that, I will not be satisfied with the decision outcome. This is just an example of how we can express a different interest. And then the second component here is power. The question is how do the different household members, or me with my interest, me as the wife with the interest of growing 5 acres, how do I influence then the actual decision? Are the 5 acres grown with maize? Or if other household members have different interests, is it a compromise, or is it their preference that is chosen? So what I did we thought of a method how we can express that in a simple way. So here you see with the pink collar, that is my translator and facilitator, with the farmer in northern Ghana. We used 10 sticks. So we just collected sticks in the environment of the same size. And we said, if you hold the 10 sticks, it means you have 100% of the power. So only you and no one else decides what is grown on how much land. And you see the 3 white cards in front of this fan. It is the card where we have drawn a male farmer, a typical female farmer, and the oldest son or daughter. And we asked him to assign the sticks so that they would represent how much influence each of them has on a decision. And we went through different decisions with him. So we explained if you have all the sticks on your card, it means you are the only one. If they're equally distributed, then in this case, it's difficult, but he could also break the sticks. We had always a backup. So we really wanted him to express to us how the power is distributed. And here again, what I just described to you, how much land did you want to allocate to maize? We plotted it as acres versus satisfaction. And I would be, for example, 100% satisfied if 5 acres were grown. I have a minimum and maximum, and I could also indicate what happens in between. So how satisfied would I feel at 4 acres? Would I be already really quite dissatisfied? Maybe is it 20%? Is it 40, 80? And it was surprisingly simple for people to indicate to us what was their interest, so their level of satisfaction. So what we ended up with were utility curves for a household head and the wife, for example. That's what you see here on the left-hand side for maize. This could be the same for a water resource. What are you interested in with different stakeholders? You could plot how much they need and compare. And on the right-hand side, the power-weighted utility curves, you can see we factored in the power dimension. And you can see that the household head, abbreviated with HHH, has a much higher power share. So when we weight the curves, we can see where the peak, the overall peak of the household is, and that is actually the actual area of maize that was planted. So I was really happy that with this method, we were able to make visible the interest and the power that was usually something that more intangible. But we also wanted to understand more how power was used or maybe withheld or overruled. And that's why we felt we needed an observation, and we did a serious game. And again, you can see my facilitator. We invited 5 household heads, 5 women, and 5 oldest, I think in this case was sons. And we said, imagine this is your amount of land. And here you have the crops on the little cards. And you have the land. You can see also small symbols that some land was rather wet, some was dry or very sandy. So that we try to describe an average situation of a medium resource endowed household in their community, so everyone could relate to this this type of soils and this sizes of land. So each of the groups, the household heads, the wives, the sons, went on their own into their groups, and they decided what they ideally would like to do with the land. And when they were done, they chose one representative, and those representatives then negotiated, so we could all observe how did their interests play out in a household context, how was their power position when we looked at the results of the game. And so everybody was watching, and afterwards we asked them, each of them, individually and confidentially, to evaluate how much power they thought each of them had. And it was amazing how congruent their observations were. And the same we did with households. When I talked about how much power men and women had, that was their own assessment, independent and confidential, of the husband and the wife. And they were also usually quite congruent. So people were able to describe how much interest and how much power. So the findings in the game that I played was that the outcome was a compromise. It was a sort of cooperative conflict. These were the power shares that were determined, and people were reporting that the game and what they saw there was very similar to the realities that they experienced in their households. So something that is usually happening behind closed doors, are not very visible. And for them also, it was highly interesting, especially for the women. They told me afterwards it was very interesting for them to see how the representative woman of their group negotiated, just to get ideas for their own negotiation. And at the same time, everybody seemed to feel safe. And it was an important insight to see how decisions actually come about. And maybe another thing to say is, in complex systems, power might not be played out immediately. It might also have an importance in time and across decision domains. What do I mean by that? We can just take a very different but personal example. Let's imagine you and your husband or wife would like to go to the cinema, but you have very different preferences in movie types. So if your husband wants to go and see Star Wars, well, maybe this time, but next time he will have to join you to a romantic movie. So for now, he gets his power share. Next time I get my power share, if it's, for example, 50-50. So you can see in the end who has power also over time. If you always go to Star Wars movies, then it means maybe that your husband would have more power, more of a say in your choice of a movie. Back to our topic, I have led you through this agricultural perspective, because it holds true, I think, for any natural resource management setting. It may be...
Dr. Mirza, yeah. Can I interrupt? Could you please wind up your talk within 5 minutes? Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. It holds true for other natural resource management contexts. There are multi-actor processes. You may start with a stakeholder matrix and then try to understand what are the different interest and power positions. And often I see among my engineering colleagues, they have technically brilliant ideas, but the social dimension is very important. So my hypothesis is that what I've shown you right now from the agricultural context is highly transferable also to the water context. And very briefly, what are then success factors in watershed management? It's very successful usually when it's collaborative and integrated, and when you actively involve many stakeholders. And these may be engaged in the form of watershed councils, community-based resource management groups, collaborative management groups, watershed partnerships. And if you build on consent and reach a fair compromise and provide information to members regularly, these are really strong factors for good, sustainable joint watershed management. Another dimension would be that it's democratic and inclusive. Especially women have important perspectives and they should have voices with a weight. And the national government, I think they can support this process, assisting with establishment of such groups, providing technical training, so knowledge input. I think we've seen a lot of examples also that your university is doing that strongly. Governments can provide funding and they can give the groups a mandate, making sure that it's relevant what they are working on and complementary to higher level policies. So you can be a part of water governance as a researcher if you do research that is inclusive, if you consider the technical and social dimension, if you, in addition to journal articles, also provide policy briefs that are read and can be used, if you engage in science communication, making your findings accessible to a larger community, if you accompany ongoing initiatives in water governance or water management, maybe determining their success factors, sharing local lessons learned. You may also use serious gaming or sign up to global conferences. For example, there's the Water Security and Climate Change Conference, maybe interesting for you. And of course, each of us, we are citizens. And the question, what are your interests? And could you maybe participate in different decision-making processes, learn about other perspectives, ask questions, and maybe also participate in citizen science processes. So thank you so much for your attention. I hope that this was interesting, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mirza. Can we have some questions typed in the chat box or Q&A section? In the meantime, I just wanted to raise a couple of questions, mostly from the governance point of view. You mentioned about the governance scenario, which is looking quite robust in terms of community involvement, in terms of water governance. And you also mentioned about the governments are also aiding the process in terms of giving trainings and such kind of facilitation is done by the government. Is this the scenario across the region that you have looked at, or are there only very few successful cases of this kind, and there are not so much kind of a homogeneous kind of a system? What would be your view on that?
It's thank you so much for your question. I think the landscape looks very diverse. I think governments are interested, but it's a question of funding. I think in countries where it's not the case that the government is very active, it's just because there are other priorities on the agenda, although water is the basic resource for everyone and it should be the number one or really on top of the list: food security, water security. I think almost equally active than governments are international organizations that come in and provide funding or have research and development projects that, I think funding and training are really important starting points for communities to be empowered. And then really they are taking over. They should be in the driving seat. They know their resources best and their needs, but sometimes they also have to be protected from, let's say, international investors. We know that sometimes industries coming in, building a factory in an area, this can be, of course, an economic advantage, creating jobs, but it can also really undermine the local water quality. So government here has at least the responsibility to protect people and to make sure that there's not a massive power disbalance and that they do have a voice.
Now, how dynamic is the local scenario with respect to different actors who are engaged in the water governance? Like we have the government, maybe the non-governmental organization, and also the community-based organization. Do you have a proper mix of all these three agencies available in the ground?
I think it depends where you're talking about. I see from the videos that I also saw in the break, I think it looks very active in where you are. In Germany, we also have many organizations. I can imagine that there are areas that are, let's say, hotspots in attention and others that are neglected. So I think it really differs. But I think more and more people are getting involved, and this topic gets more and more attention. Even in Germany, we have more and more natural catastrophes around water, where we know that we have to have better water management, and where civil societies, civil organizations and NGOs have really jumped in to help. We're quicker than the government. So all of them are really play important roles.
Yeah, before going to the question from a participant, I just want to have my last question. You mentioned about a very interesting point you observed was that men generally are mostly oriented towards staple cultivation or even livestock rearing, etc., which is basically a kind of securing for food security point of view. Men are doing those kind of activities, and women are concentrated in vegetable cultivation, which is somewhat kind of a commercialization aspect of it. So why this kind of a clear demarcation of agricultural activity is quite interesting. We don't see that kind of an interesting dynamics in the context of India to a larger extent. So can you please highlight on that?
Maybe I had this perspective because I worked for USAID Africa Rising project, and we had technologies for sustainable intensification. So there were a lot of on-farm trials, and some were on maize, some were on legumes, and in the end, there were clear men crops and women crops. At least that's the case for northern Ghana. In the south, it might already look different. In neighboring countries, it might also look different. But just considering that in this cultural context, the households have arranged to be responsible for a specific part of the resources or outcomes. So the land, for example, belongs to the men in these communities. Okay. It's only inherited from in male lineage. So if a woman marries someone and moves to a different village, she will move to the land of the man. Women never take their land with them, but men always keep their.
But women can take decisions with regard to agricultural activities. Is it so?
Yeah, if it's on their domains. So if it's on vegetables, that's a woman domain. So there you see, I just showed you one example. So if it's on maize, it's the household head, so usually the man who has most of the power, and he decides because it's kind of his crop, right? But if it's on vegetables, then the women have more influence. So you can also really see the changes in power according to the exact resource.
So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
One question coming from Mr. Prince Destiny. Mr. Prince, he has asked. He wanted to ask as a question if the existing structure in the communities served them better, or would the outcome be different if they suggested a better way forward to address their problems?
And the existing structures, meaning that the way that they are taking decisions at the moment?
Yeah, I think so.
I find that very difficult to answer, because from the outside, one might think, hey, why don't you do it like this? Or why don't you do it like that, right? Or also on the first image that I showed you of this community, you saw those thatched roofs, right? Versus the metal roofs. So the metal roofs are supposed to be more advanced, because you don't have to, it's very labor intensive to collect all the natural resources that you need to and redo the roof. You don't need to do that with the metal roofs, but consider that the metal roofs, gets really, really hot in the summer. It doesn't get that hot in the traditional roofs. Also imagine that it's raining. It's very, very loud. I mean, you try to suggest a solution, and at the same time, sometimes really creating a new problem. So I will never, and this also relates to my work as a systemic coach, I'll never make a suggestion to a system thinking that I have a solution. I will always want to talk to people who are the owners of their own lives, of their systems, and ask for their ideas and how they reflect on it. And yeah, you can put in an idea, but then really carefully listen to what would be the consequences that maybe you cannot see from the outside. So I wouldn't make a recommendation here.
Okay, thank you so much. We have, a lot of interesting insights coming from your paper, but we will be definitely in touch with you, even in terms of collaborative work as well. So thank you very much. As a token of appreciation as well as gratitude, we have a certificate for you. So kindly accept the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So now we'll move on to the second speaker. I would like to introduce Padma Shri Professor T. Pradeep. I'm very honored to introduce him. Professor Pradeep serves as a professor of chemistry at the Department of Chemistry, the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. He holds the Deepak Parekh Chair Professorship at the Department of Chemistry. Professor Pradeep is also Padma Shri awardee in 2020 for his distinguished work in the field of science and technology. He has received the Nikhi Asia Prize in 2020, the World Academy of Sciences Twice Prize in 2018, and the prestigious Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize for Science and Technology in 2008 by the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. He has got a vast areas of research in the areas of molecular and nanoscience, nanoscale materials, and he also developed instrumentation for such research studies. Professor Pradeep also has more than 125 patents, including patent applications to his credit. In addition to the work on advanced material, he also has been involved in the development of affordable technologies for drinking water purification, some of which have already been commercialized. His technology that has developed in terms of pesticide removal, it has actually helped in terms of a large number of people, numbering around 100 million people. And Professor Pradeep also has conceptualized and launched a new initiative at the IIT Madras by setting up the International Center for Clean Water. Professor Pradeep also has authored introductory as well as advanced textbooks in the fields of nanoscience and nanotechnology, and is also on the editorial boards of several journals. The list is actually very big. I just don't want to read them out. But I would like to invite Professor Pradeep for his talk, which is on affordable clean water using advanced materials. Thank you so much. Welcome, Professor Pradeep. Professor Pradeep, you may take 20 minutes and followed by question and answers. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your introduction, Dr. Viswanathan. Let me thank Dr. Manisha for this invitation, and keep pursuing that invitation so that I join you today. This talk, because it is you are celebrating World Water Day, I thought I would speak about this subject, which is what I mostly work on in this area of water. I have another large program on advanced materials and a few other initiatives. Water for all of us, it is not only this triatomic molecule, but that is connected to everything on this planet. Looking at that planet from a distance, over 22 years ago, when Voyager left to explore the solar system, when it was just about leaving the solar system at Uranus, it turned back and looked at Mother Earth and took a picture. And that is this picture, famously said or captioned as the pale blue dot. This pale blue dot tells everything about water, how isolated we are on this planet. And this planet is nothing but water. All our life, emotions, love, hatred, our buildings, our civilization, everything is water. And it is only natural that water, therefore, is part of almost all the sustainable development goals. And one may say that water is the most important inheritance of our planet. Many already would have spoken about all of these topics here in this forum. And it is natural for a chemist, not only looking at this triatomic molecule in its physical chemistry and materials chemistry and many others, also look at clean water as something that one should work on to provide water for all. Because our economic, social, and cultural outcomes can all be traced to water. Now, how do you take such material, such water to everyone? Well, for me, this line is true. Our dreams become reality with materials. Look at this famous book of 1865, From the Earth to the Moon. When Jules Verne wrote this book, 1865, how do you take, well, a vessel from Earth to Moon? Jules Verne talked about aluminum as the container so that this vehicle could go. Because aluminum is lightweight, it is strong. Remember, aluminum had just been discovered, only in 1825. Aluminum had started production only in 1879. Even before that, Jules Verne talked about industrially produced aluminum, about a whole lot of aluminum to make this rocket and going to moon. So materials are the key to the success of all our programs, and our vision come to reality with materials. And water has also carried that legacy. A lot of materials have come in the way of clean water. And towards the very end of this whole history, you will see nanomaterials getting into water. And we have written extensively about this topic. Therefore, I thought I would give you a brief glimpse into that exciting story. Nanomaterials are many kinds. There have been new adsorbents, new sensors, new catalysts, new phenomena, and many others. with this. And the subject area has become something called aqua nanotechnology. And I have been saying that advanced materials can provide the clean water problem, and affordable clean water is actually a problem of advanced materials. But one thing very important to note here is that advanced materials have become atomically precise. Meaning today, if you take a material, you can understand the molecular details of it with as much precision as you have for any such simple molecule. So here is a nanoparticle, a tiny particle composed of 25 atoms of gold and some ligands. You can measure a mass spectrum of this. You can make it, you can measure a mass spectrum of it, a high resolution mass spectrum at very high mass range. That means that you can crystallize it. And when you say you can crystallize it, you can study, get a mass spectrum, you can study many, many other properties of it. And we thought we would look at the chemistry of such materials with contaminants in water. And what's the outcome of all that? Well, the outcome of all that is to produce new materials which could solve real life problems. This is a region in Nadia district in West Bengal, where this boy is pumping water from a depth of 60 feet to 80 feet. And the water that comes out contains iron in it, and that is shown as this red iron oxide deposit on the cement platform. Well, water in this region, if it contains iron, there is also a possibility that it contains arsenic. And it measured this in this region, in this particular pump, you have about 60 parts per billion of arsenic. The limit is 10 parts per billion. Now, there are many regions where arsenic concentration can be as high as 200 parts per billion. So these advanced materials we developed, we packed them in the form of a filter and many other things along with it, so that we are not only removing arsenic, but also the water conforms to US EPA norms or WHO norms, and you get clean water. One stroke of this pump produces about 300 ml of clean water with no delay. Well, the time it takes is just about 2 seconds. 3 strokes of this pump gives you, in about 6 or 7 seconds, you have a liter of water, and the pump itself can deliver about 1,000 liters of water. And the pump, with all its material, can last for about 2 years in the field. And after that, the material is exhausted, and you have to replenish this with new materials, or you have to regenerate the material. So it is very, very good. And what's the cost of it? I said affordable clean water. When I started this research, I said 5 paisa per liter. Today, it is at 2.1 paisa per liter. Now, this is one of those very tiny, small units. You can go from this 1,000 liters per day to about 1 million liters or 10 million liters per day. And the technology is scalable. And there are many, many other things that you can do. So that is about advanced materials for clean water. So what is this advanced material? Well, there are many such advanced materials. What we have done are materials called water positive materials. So typically you make nanoparticle or any kind of water purification material you make in water. In the course of production, it sort of contaminates water and you have discharges. In the useful life of this material, you produce clean water. And after this material is exhausted, you put this material back to nature, you contaminate water. You ask the question, how much of clean water did it really produce? Oftentimes that number is not very positive. We realized, well, that by advanced materials, you should produce water positive, or you should create water positive materials by the kind of chemistry that we do. So we have 1 liter of water used for production. We make 500 to 1,000 liters of clean water. So this is really 10 to the power 2 to 10 to the power 3 orders of magnitude water positive materials. And then you filter out water, etc. So what we do, There may be a variety of biopolymers starting from cellulose to chitosan to banana silk or many different kinds of proteins. You deposit aluminum oxyhydroxide on this in the form of tiny flakes. And you deposit this over a period of time. And these aluminum flakes are such that they are 50 nanometers long, 15 nanometers thin, and about 50 nanometers wide. And they are like sheets. And these sheets are shown here. And you can observe them in a transmission electron micrograph. And you put these 6 sheets, one over the other, and back, top and bottom, you create a matchbox. In these matchboxes, you can put nanoparticles. And this material, although synthesized from water, it is extremely stable in water, and this is what you see. So this is like making seashells. Seashells are made in sea with soluble ingredients, carbonate and calcium and all that, and with proteins assistance, and you create extremely stable material at room temperature. So this synthesis is extremely green in process. And what's so great about it? Well, if you put a particular kind of particle called silver nanoparticle, it releases silver ions, and you can use it for antimicrobial application. This is a well-known thing. However, real silver particles, if you put it in real water, then the silver particles will release silver ions only for 1 week. That is because the silicate ions and the calcium ions in water, real water, will deposit on the silver nanoparticle, forming calcium silicate. And the moment the silicate layer is a few nanometers thick, silver ion release doesn't occur, and this silver ion concentration goes down. In this particular case, you maintain the silver ion concentration almost like a drug-like release for extended periods. And obviously, you see that we don't test these materials for 1 liter or 2 liters of water. We run it for 10,000 liters of water. So in this figure itself, I have shown you how a laboratory undergoes transformation from a standard chemistry laboratory to industrial production and testing. So once you have this, you can do live dead staining, etc., experiments to show that these bacteria die. But you also show that nanoparticles are there, of course, but they don't leach into the environment, into water, causing nanotoxicity. If you put nanoparticles deliberately, this is what you see, but in E. coli, and you don't see such nanoparticles, and you can do spectroscopy to prove it, microscopy to ascertain it, etc. But this is not the end of that kind of material. Many other materials can be made. So this is iron oxyhydroxide. Very tiny, about 2 nanometers, like iron oxyhydroxide. You can do a number of spectroscopies and microscopies to understand what this material is. Such a material, if I model it as iron oxyhydroxide, I can deposit, or I can put arsenite or arsenate ions on these, and you can confirm how they bind with Raman spectroscopy in great detail. So once you have this kind of models, you can construct a structure of such a material, and that constructed model tells us that specific sites are involved in absorption, and you can increase that specific site by appropriate chemistry, and synthesis can be, appropriately changed. So such a material, if you put it in the form of a small cartridge and 200 parts per billion of arsenic 3+ and 5+ combined, 100, you pass it through, and what you get is the concentration of less than 2 parts per billion. And 20 grams of this can clean up water, let's say arsenic, from 1,200 liters of water. So it is a great material, and you can pass this iron and arsenic containing water, which is colored. Iron is colored, arsenic is not colorless. You pass it through, and this is what you get. What this kind of capacities mean is that the traditional treatment plants supplying water to about 2,500 people in a land area of 40 cents of land with filtration columns like these kind of heavy towers, you can convert them to 6-inch small towers and confined in 3 cents of land area, supplying, well, 200,000 liters per day. That is 20,000 liters per hour. Working for 10 hours, you get 200,000 liters per day. Similar kind of capacities with arsenic concentration like that, and this is what it is. So well, this was the first such treatment plant. Today, these treatment plants are way different. They are still working. They are now made in cast iron pumps, cast iron construction across the country, not only for arsenic, but for many other contaminants. So these kinds of units are available, and today they look like this. And these units supply water at that kind of price today with all costs included, including operator maintenance, etc. So what does this do, or this kind of treatment plants do today? Well, they are not only water is supplied, you also monitor the water quality and quantity with all sensors and IoT and all that across. So this is a short movie to say what we do. So that's a village in the background, and this is the treatment plant. So this kind of units are very good when there is water is there, water is contaminated. But if water is not there, one way to do this is by atmospheric water harvesting. We do active harvesting on nanostructures. So we create nanostructures of this kind, the metallic nanostructures, by electrospray deposition of droplets containing nanoparticles. We create structures of this kind. And these structures are similar to grass or let's say shrubs or cacti. And if they cool below the dew point, they condense humidity, and such condensed humidity can be collected, and that leads to a technology and a startup. So today we make the water at 35 liters per day to about 2,000 liters per day in this unit. But this requires electricity. However, it is also possible that world over, people have shown that advanced materials can capture humidity during daytime and nighttime. And when sun comes up in the daytime, they release that humidity by increasing temperature into an enclosure where the humidity, percentage humidity goes up and condensation occurs on the walls of this container, and that water can be collected. And this cycle can repeat, and you can do atmospheric water harvesting. There are several regions in India, including Kollam and places like that, where there is a lot of seawater intrusion. And that leads to brackish water, like 3,000 to 4,000 to 6,000 liters, 6,000 TDS. It is possible that this humidity can be, this salinity can be removed by capacitive desalination. The basis of this is electrode materials charged either positive or negative, and water passes through, and cations and anions get absorbed on electrodes, and you get clean water. Now, in this process, the whole material gets saturated after some time, but reverse polarity will take these ions into the solution, and you get reject water. So by operating this thing by production and rejection cycles, you can have clean water. And we have a startup which supplies solutions to coastal areas of the country, such as these, and which are powered also by solar. The contribution that we have made are advanced materials with effectively large absorption capacities and building electrode materials using that and building an organization. So what I showed you is that it is possible to build technologies, basic science and technologies and products right in a research laboratory translating to products. But on the one side, all these are exciting, but there's a lot of advanced science also. For example, clathrate hydrates are sources of energy. You can trap molecules in hydrate cages, and they are present under the ocean bed. And it is possible, or it cannot, there are many people who extract these clathrate hydrates and think about, well, them as future sources of energy. Now, we study this in another context from astrobiology perspective, looking at the possibility of hydrate formation in interstellar environment. But there is another active program in the group. This is with my colleague Rajneesh Kumar. There's also a very interesting program where once clathrate hydrates look like this, they're extracted from the ocean bed, you release the hydrate, molecules trapped in the hydrate cages such as methane, use it for energy, and what you get, the balance is pure water. So you get both energy and water simultaneously by a method called hydrate-based desalination, a process many people work on this, including my Rajneesh Kumar and Praveen Linga of National University of Singapore. This kind of science is very good. If you want to also measure concentration of contaminants in water in field conditions, there are such many affordable sensors today which are just coming. A number of analytical devices, including such developments in our own laboratory.
Professor Pradeep, can you please wind up in 2 minutes?
Yes, I have taken 18 minutes. I'll be done in 2 more minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a number of sensors of this kind, including spectroscopy sensors that we have developed. And I will stop to say that when we start building technologies, these go into people only with appropriate assistance of policy. We need to build technology, science, and policy together, for which we have built this International Center for Clean Water at IIT Madras Research Park, with the participation of a lot of people. These are my students. Some of them have built companies with several organizations and with the assistance of IIT Madras. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Pradeep. Can we have some questions if anybody wanted to raise some questions? In the meantime, I just wanted to have a couple of questions. A really wonderful concept and wonderful idea which is being made available to the community, basically. So your work also has reached out to almost 10 million people, as I see from the bio sketch. I mean, when you do this, the broad basing, what is the kind of approach that you adopt in terms of popularizing this technology?
Well, we build companies and they have to survive, and they will take such technologies to people. This is a matter of their survival and business opportunities. Institutions do take it to people too. For example, talks like these, I do that too. So today, it's a collective effort of a number of institutions, individuals, and startups. And we create an ecosystem for that. So today we have a water incubator with which new organizations are born and nurtured. So it's a multi-pronged effort.
Now, why I raise this question is I'm little concerned when we go to the villages and all. No, I mean, where the problems are very acute, the water contamination, the arsenic content and iron content and all, and where we all know that the pipeline water supply provided by the public distribution system, public water delivery system, is actually lacking in terms of in terms of quality content and also. In that respect, how do you actually kind of associate with the agencies, basically the governmental agencies, in terms of supply of clean drinking water in those areas? That was my question.
Well, public awareness on water is very limited. There is more work to be done. But India, not only in India, many developed nations, public think that water is the business of the government. Government has to provide it. For those who are rich or reasonably affluent, they can have their purifiers. Others are. So this is what happens. Now, this is where NGOs and many other, including Amma and all these, it's important to make all those initiatives. What we have shown is that when there is an issue in the field, you do not have affordable solutions, even for government to implement. There is no point in having a technology which gives you water at 10 or 15 paisa per liter, because it will not reach people. So that is where these technologies, which are sustainable, become important. And I didn't talk about another aspect to this. These materials, you can, after arsenic uptake, you can put them back in the field because they won't release arsenic at concentrations far higher than the background. So they will not recontaminate the soil temporarily. So those are interesting aspects. So we showed that affordable materials are there for government to implement. So today governments implement because such materials exist. Now in the regions where such problems exist, many other problems exist, we do not have affordable materials. I mean, this is a truth. So for example, if you have a uranium containing place, we did not have we do have something today, but yesterday we did not have it. We did not have the right materials for perchlorate. We did not have the right materials for nitrate. We did not have the right materials for fluoride. So these are all truth. So this is where advanced materials-based endeavors have to be promoted, and more work is required. And if such things are there, people are ready to implement. Now, of course, it is hard. It's hard in the field. It's hard for people to know. It's hard for people to trust you. All of these are all efforts that you have to undertake.
Thank you so much, Professor Pradeep. So for paucity of time, we would like to conclude the session, your talk here. As a token of appreciation and gratitude, here is a certificate for you. So thank you so much. We'll be in touch with you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the third speaker of the evening. I would like to invite Dr. Deepankar Dwivedi, and also wanted to introduce him. Dr. Deepankar Dwivedi is a research scientist in the geochemistry department at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Dr. Dwivedi received his PhD from Texas A&M University. His research focuses on reactive transport modeling, soil carbon dynamics, redox processes, and organo-mineral interactions. Dr. Deepankar also has extensive experience with machine learning techniques and data simulation approaches, and is currently working on advancing process understanding of coupled carbon and nitrogen cycling under transient hydrological conditions across scales. Today, Dr. Deepankar Dwivedi will be delivering his keynote address on developing insights into river corridor and watershed biogeochemistry across scales. I welcome you once again, Dr. Deepankar. The platform is yours. Thank you so
much.
You
very much for the introduction. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay. So thank you for the invitation and this opportunity to present my work. Today, I will talk about water security in a changing environment, challenges and solutions. I slightly modified the topic because when I saw several talks and the topic of the seminar, so I thought this would be more appropriate. So I would also like to take this opportunity to thank my co-authors and Amrita University, and especially Dr. Manisha Sudhir, who I've been working with for quite some time. So without further ado, water security is the backbone of human existence. it is critical for food and energy production, economic development, and national security. Water resources are limited. To illustrate this, on the right, this image shows 3 blue spheres representing relative amounts of Earth's water in comparison to the size of the Earth. So here, this image is from USGS. So you can see the largest blue sphere. This is the total water that is available for us. And the blue sphere here near Kentucky, that smaller one. So this is all the liquid water that is available. And then there is a very tiny little sphere that you might be able to see if you focus. So that's the third sphere. This is all freshwater lakes and rivers. So you can see freshwater resources are limited, and they are like available in very small amount for us. Today, freshwater resources are under extreme duress because of climate change, growing population, and human activities. And more than 65% human population, that makes it like 5 billion people, they live in water insecure regions. To elaborate further, prominent rivers in the world, those supporting several million people, are under threat. For example, the Ganges River, we also call Ganga River, that's the cornerstone of Indian civilization, contains many chemicals, including toxic chromium. Another example is the Yellow River in China. It is a major drinking water source in China and the second largest in Asia, and the 6th longest river globally. It has been suffering from several pollution and is now becoming unusable even for agricultural or industrial use. The Citarum, it's the longest and largest river in West Java, Indonesia. It faces extreme pollution from several contaminants, including mercury and arsenic. The mercury concentration in some parts of the river are as high, like 100 times higher than levels considered acceptable by the Environmental Protection Agency, that is about 2 ppb. As another example, every year the Mississippi River in the USA receives millions of pounds of toxic waste, poisonous chemicals like arsenic, and excess nutrients like nitrogen, thereby turning the river's mouth into a dead zone. Sorry. So similarly, okay. I moved on one more slide, but I was going to say that Colorado River and its tributaries, they are supporting over 36 million people in 7 states in the Western USA, have also experienced contamination from a variety of chemicals, including uranium and arsenic. And in the previous talk, Professor Pradeep talked so much about arsenic, and that is such a relevant topic because Bangladesh and parts of Bengal in India have arsenic in groundwater, and groundwater contamination by arsenic in Bangladesh represents one of the largest mass poisoning in history, with over 1 million people exposed to elevated arsenic levels in their drinking water. So with this background in this talk, I will talk about 3 topics. First, I will briefly review scientific insights and technologies developed through Department of Energy supported research in water and energy security that are generalizable and applicable to a range of water security challenges worldwide. Second, I will discuss scalable water solutions using mechanistic models and artificial intelligence and machine learning. Finally, I will touch on water sustainability through citizen science, capacity building, community adaptation. So the Department of Energy, it is more commonly known here in US as the DOE. It is a cabinet level department in the USA. The DOE's mission is to ensure America's security and prosperity by addressing its energy, environmental, and nuclear challenges through transformative science and technology solutions. We synthesized DOE-supported science, which came out in environmental research later recently. So we synthesized all the, or we don't claim like all the, but huge amount of research from late 1980s to date. And here we talked about like knowledge gaps that involve ecosystem science and contribute to developing secure water and energy future. So in this article, we discuss the progression of DOE-supported science that has advanced understanding of environmental features and how they interact at different levels and scales. We summarized approximately 500 DOE-funded articles published from late 1990s through today. I'm not intending to talk about everything that we have in this paper, but briefly I want to point out that we explored implications of findings ranging from microbiology to large-scale ecosystem nutrient and chemical functioning in order to recommend future research directions. Overall, we synthesized the information. Overall, we synthesized the information gained across 7 DOE research sites, including the Savannah River site in South Carolina, Oak Ridge Reservation in Tennessee, Hanford in Washington, Nevada National Security in Nevada, Riverton in Wyoming, and Rifle and East River sites in Colorado. Okay, seems like some. Okay, sorry, some slides got different arrangement here. So overall, we synthesized the information gained from these 7 sites, and here I want to point out that the DOE research has evolved in a scale and complexity, beginning with fundamental microbiology and geochemistry, and then linking them into biogeochemistry. Further, this research extended to hydrobiogeochemistry. In unison with the characterization and the monitoring strategies, all these are applicable to global water security issues that we have today. Here we also show like a few constructs that have evolved, such as multi-scale, multi-physics, hybrid modeling approaches, hotspot and hot moments, and functional zonation that evolved over the years to transfer knowledge across sites. So in summary, scientific advancement applicable to a range of global water security problems. So that include groundwater quality issues such as treating radioactive waste and toxic chemicals. We also provide an advanced understanding of ecosystem processes, valuable field monitoring strategies, predictive capabilities, and approaches to efficiently tackle the complexity of Earth's ecosystems. Finally, we demonstrate how improved understanding of ecosystem functioning from subsurface to the atmosphere has advanced knowledge critical to address issues of water contamination. Now, moving on to the second topic, I'm going to focus on scale-aware modeling at the East River watershed. This is the study site of Berkeley Labs Watershed Function Scientific Focus Area. The primary goal of the Watershed Function Scientific Focus Area is to develop a predictive understanding of how mountainous watersheds retain and release water, nutrients, carbon, and metals under climate change scenarios. To set the foundation, so here I'm changing gears because this is more you can think of like a case study or site-specific study. So here I want to highlight that we experience a data deluge and have extreme computing resources and digital storage at our disposal today. All of these enable new machine learning and mechanistic models to advance watershed system science. However, we talk about reducing complexity through scale-aware approaches. Here, I'll briefly discuss why we care for scale-aware approaches and present a scale-adaptive framework. Well, significant progress has been achieved toward understanding the hydrobiogeochemical functioning of watersheds. However, several underlying challenges must be overcome to improve the predictive capability of river corridor and watershed hydrobiogeochemistry across scales. For example, the first thing is the scale. Here, processes, they range from genome to watershed scales, and they are linked and non-linearly coupled. Moreover, local fluxes of carbon and nitrogen influence downstream water quality. And the second is the model structure and parameters. When we jump from one scale to another, we need adequate model structure and scale-aware parameters. Overall, multi-scale, multi-physics watershed capabilities are desired. Finally, scaling process-based simulation pose significant computational challenges. For example, on this view graph, the spatial distribution of pH and geochemical species is shown within the intrameander region in the East River. So this is one example from a paper that we published in 2018. So here, distinct anoxic and suboxic regions exist within an intrameander region, whereas the suboxic regions are localized along the meander bend. Overall, significant spatial variability is displayed at the meander scale. For reliable predictive understanding, it is important to capture small scale variability at the watershed scale. Here is another example from the Rifle floodplain. So all of these examples are also from one of those 7 DOE sites that we talked about in the ERL paper. So this example is from the Rifle floodplain. It showcases the importance of model structure and parameters. We can see how nitrogen hotspots migrate across the floodplain spatially and temporarily. Representing naturally reduced sediments was key to reproducing hotspots and nitrogen hot moments in a floodplain environment. Finally, I want to demonstrate that running these process-rich simulations are computationally expensive. For example, quantifying contribution of naturally reduced sediments versus non-naturally reduced sediments in the Rifle floodplain needed over 1 million CPU hours. We will need extreme computational power to simulate such process-rich simulations at the watershed scale. So with that background, there is a need for a scale adaptive framework that combines process fidelity with computational tractability. In particular, our goal is to compute geochemical exports and river water quality as a function of the characteristic watershed features, such as topography, wetness index, meanders, sinuosity, and amplitudes. To achieve this goal, we developed a scale adaptive framework. It's a cascade of process integration from a meander to the floodplain to sub-watershed to watershed scales. To achieve this goal, we developed a scale adaptive framework at the East River watershed. And here we constructed this study at a floodplain that is within the East River watershed. And as I said, this is a focus area site of Berkeley Labs. So here we simulate the watershed response to perturbations, including floods, droughts, and early snowmelt, using a scale adaptive approach by aggregating a limited number of subsystems such as meanders, floodplain, and subcatchments. In our case adaptive framework, we included 10 meanders and 2 meanders. And then we developed some scaling relationships that I will talk about after a couple of slides. So next few slides, I'm just going to focus on this floodplain, but efforts are underway to model the extended domain as well. We modeled the floodplain that includes 10 meanders using pFlowtran model, which is an open source, high resolution, 3-dimensional reactive flow and transport code. The modeling domain is, as shown here, is 920 meter by 1100 meter horizontally and vertically. Vertically, it is 193 meter. We used the Richards equation to model variably saturated flow, and Van Canuten parameters and the Moellem formulation were used to relate capillary pressure and saturation. We imposed hydrostatic boundary condition on sites and the Dirichlet boundary condition for river cells. And the model is spatially heterogeneous. The floodplain and hill slope regions are explicitly represented, and they have different hydrologic and sediment properties. So here you can see this is floodplain, and earlier it was the hill slope I was showing. Then the challenge was like how to account for the bidirectional exchange between river and the subsurface cells. So to account that exchange of geochemical species and quantify river water quality changes, we developed the river Flowtran module and integrated that with pFlowtran. The river Flowtran module uses the fully dynamic 1D shallow water equations. The fully dynamic 1D shallow water equations capture the hydrodynamics in the river. In other words, we solve the fully dynamic shallow water equations in one dimension. This means we consider the complete set of terms acting in the momentum balance, like local acceleration, hydrostatic forces, gravitational forces, and roughness forces. So here is a schematic of how river Flowchart accounts for biogeochemical species. So bidirectional exchange and quantify river water quality changes. So it is a sequentially coupled P Flowchart. So river Flowchart is sequentially coupled with P Flowchart. Essentially, here each river cell exchanges geochemical species from the neighboring subsurface cells and the previous river cells, as shown by these arrows here, and then it moves downstream. River chemistry is updated at each time step. To simulate biogeochemistry in the riparian corridor, we developed a complex biotic and abiotic reaction network and integrated it into P Flowchart. This reaction network includes heterotrophic and cumulato-autotrophic pathways using Maclaurin kinetics. The reaction network also includes precipitation and dissolution of various minerals. Here we represented carbon as a single solid phase organic carbon that drove the entire redox ladder. We also represented reactions along the redox ladder, such as aerobic respiration, denitrification, iron and sulfate reduction, and then cumulato-autotrophs led to iron and sulfur cycling as well. Next, I'm going to talk about results briefly. Well, so here is a movie that shows the reactive changes, relative changes in the saturation, velocities, dissolved iron, and nitrogen. We can see that the East River floodplain is a very dynamic system. At different water conditions, low and high, the floodplain experiences a highly variable saturation profile in space. Flow velocities also demonstrate upwelling at times and significant temporal variability. Dissolved iron and nitrogen profiles show a strong redox gradient in the subsurface. Analyzing modeling results further reveals the occurrence of hotspot and hot moments of nitrogen along the meander bands. Well, these encircled locations here, here we have hotspots, and they are formed, they are static in time, irrespective of high and low water conditions. We found that these hotspot and hot moments of nitrogen are produced due to river stage, bathymetry, and meander geometry, like sinuosity. And please allow me to explain this further. So in this view graph, we can see that certain river cells have east-west exchange with the neighboring subsurface cells. Similarly, certain river cells have north-south exchange with the neighboring subsurface cells. However, hotspot and hot moments of nitrogen are associated with river cells with synchronous east-west and north-south exchanges. Efforts are underway to upscale local geochemical export to larger East River system, but these meanders actually gave us the basis for upscaling these efforts at the larger scale.
Dr. Divedi, could you please wind up your talk in 5 minutes? Thank you.
All right. So we also looked at, I thought like it was 30 minutes, but okay, I'll try to wind it up. So, okay, so we also developed scaling relationships with these different scenarios that have like different amplitudes of these sinuous meanders here. So here, I just want to highlight this particular finding that we have. So this view graph shows the denitrification potential of the floodplain for each amplitude. So 1, 2, 3, and 4 at different times. So during the rising limb of the hydrograph, second recession limb of the hydrograph, and lastly the base flow. So we computed the denitrification potential of the floodplain using these scenarios. It is evident from the figure that rising limb has the highest denitrification potential, followed by the base flow, and recession limb, the largest amplitude, has the highest denitrification potential. And I'll move on to my last topic that I want to highlight quickly. That is on water sustainability through citizen science, capacity building, community adaptation. So we recently published a commentary on biogeosciences perspective. This commentary is part of a series of commentaries published in Earth and Space Science. Here we highlight that integrated, coordinated, open, and networked, collectively known as ICON principles, are needed to address multi-scale global problems and reduce geographical bias in scientific progress. And I want to highlight that much potential exists for emphasizing people-centric capacity building involving relevant stakeholders, and globally coordinated experimental and field data provide challenges and opportunities for scientific advancement toward water security. And this is my last slide. So here I want to conclude with 3 points. First, that paper I presented as my first topic. So DOE-supported research has marked several breakthroughs which can be used to secure global water security. Second, a computational tractable scale-aware approach with process fidelity is required for predicting watershed hydrobiogeochemistry. And finally, power of many through integrated, coordinated, open network science is a key to achieving global water security. With that, I will like to acknowledge my funding sources and thank again Amrita University for the opportunity, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dwivedi. Kindly raise your questions if anybody has got any questions. Just wanted to raise a couple of questions from my end. So thank you so much, Dr. Dwivedi, for the very insightful sharing of your experience working on the watershed as well as river basins in the context of the US. I have basically a couple of questions related to that, because if you look at the Indian scenario, perhaps India, the watershed development program is one of the earliest programs that India had launched way back in 1960s as an employment guarantee, employment generation program. But then the secondary impact, secondary effect was basically to create watersheds and also to secure water, across different regions of the country, rainfall regions of the country. But if you look at the way the watershed programs have been designed as well as being implemented in the Indian context, do you think that there's a huge kind of gap in terms of designing the programs in terms of technical content as well as taking them to the fullest extent of utilization and sharing the benefits to the targeted communities? That is question number 1. And secondly, you also mentioned about the temporal as well as spatial variability across river basins that you have studied, also the quality aspects as well. So do you see a significant difference in the variability when you compare the river basins of India versus the river basins that you have studied? And if that is the case, what could be the major challenges that these, countries like India is facing with respect to the river basins, whether it is more of an anthropogenic issue or more of a climate change triggered problem? Second, thirdly, I just want to have one more point. Could you please elaborate on the community approach that has been adopted in the context of the river basin that you have studied? Thank you so much.
Thank you for those questions. I'll try to answer, and if I remember correctly, I'll try to answer them. So your first question is did you ask
no, my first question was India. We have actually implemented the so-called National Watershed Development Project for rain-fed areas way back in 1991, which is the oldest watershed development program, which is already running in most of the states, almost 25 states of India. And apart from that, we also have a lot of NGOs working in the watershed sector. But what we really see not happening is the kind of systematic approach in terms of designing or developing watershed development program for the benefit of the community, by and large. So could you please,
Yeah, so I think Professor Pradeep also briefly mentioned this, that water security challenges, so people need to be aware of them. And it's not only like a government's job to safeguard our watersheds and water resources, and especially like a country like India, where we have like so much population. So that has to come from government to all the people we have in each watershed. So I think that is the biggest challenge. When I was also in India like a couple of years ago, so I saw like that awareness was not there. So I think we need to raise that awareness. And I think our water resources are very stressed because of overconsumption and usage. So we have to, there have been a lot of good initiatives like linking, river linking projects and cleaning them, but they have not been like so successful. So I think that effort has to come from all aspects of our society. So that's one thing I feel. And second is like in terms of scientific insights. So we have to probably monitor, and probably we do that in India as well. But we have to develop those programs in more routine basis, and then make use of those data, because probably data sharing is not so common, or there is no such framework maybe. So these are the few things I want to highlight. And your second question was like, what are the differences, like contamination in US watershed versus India? Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. So US, like I mean, of course, I mean here this country is like 3 times bigger than India, and population is 1/3. So our country, India, is like 9 times more stressed. So of course, I mean in India, like mostly it is anthropogenic reasons, and here also maybe anthropogenic, because the paper I discussed here today is that ERL paper. So a lot of contamination happened because of nuclear testing and a lot of radioactive waste. So both are anthropogenic, but nature of contamination is different. And in India, like a lot of arsenic related problems, they are geogenic. So all we have to probably develop, like in Bangladesh, I read like one paper long time ago, like they were using like clay pitchers, they call kalshi. So they were like good in terms of treating arsenic contamination. So we can probably develop those techniques to alleviate this problem, but in the end, like it's anthropogenic. So we have to again make people aware of like not to contaminate our water resources. And the third question was related to community science. So this is not so old concept. I mean, recently there has been a lot of focus on this community science or citizen science, what people use different terms. So that commentary I shared today, that's a part of a series of commentaries. So I work at Lawrence Berkeley lab, but there is another lab of DOE, Pacific Northwest Lab. So those people actually launched one icon, Concept and Wonders. So in that, this is Open Watershed Science Call. So here a lot of people, they are inviting a lot of researchers across the globe to participate in their programs. And in this particular commentary, I saw like several people from India also participated. They published some papers. So I think these kind of like joint programs, global, worldwide, because when we talk about climate change or these kind of issues, they are not limited to one country. So that's where like we need global coordination. And there is a mismatch between countries, like developing countries and developed countries, because the resources might be disproportionate. So there is a drive like where people are talking about like capacity building and training people, so people-centric approaches. So those are, I think, very good initiatives and probably the way to go forward.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dwivedi. For positive time, we have to conclude your talk at the moment.
Yeah.
So thank you so much. We'll be very
you.
much happy to be associated with you in future as well. Thank you so much. As a token of appreciation, we have a certificate for you. Kindly accept the same.
Thank you.
Let us move on to the last speaker. I would like to invite Dr. Pramod G. Krishnan. Pramod G. Krishnan is currently serving as an additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forest at Forest Headquarters, Trivandrum, and is a forester by profession, passion, and education. He has Masters in Forestry from Kerala Agriculture University and has worked in various capacities in the field of natural resources management. He was the Deputy Director of Periyar Tiger Reserve, Assistant Inspector General of Forests in the Ministry of Environment and Forest, Specialist in the United Nations Development Program, and Chief Conservator of Forest Wildlife in charge of Northern Kerala. He has also authored several books and publications as well. Let me invite Dr. Pramod G. Krishnan to deliver his keynote speech on the topic Forest for Water initiatives from Kerala. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, respected chair and fellow panelists. I'm very happy that I'm getting this opportunity to talk to you. See, I'll be brief. The topic is forest for water. See, essentially, very recently, Kerala government has come out with one landmark decision. It's a policy document. They have come out with a policy for converting the forest management of Kerala, not from a timber perspective to that of securing the water security of Kerala. So this is exactly what I'm going to just highlight before you. Okay. So as you know, that historically forests have been managed largely from a utilitarian perspective, that is for timber production. It has its moorings and origin and genesis in colonial forestry. Okay. But I vividly remember a discussion convened by the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala in 2018 after the mega floods of Kerala. So he was actually looking for exploring options of what he called securing Kerala's water security. Okay, so as part of this, when this issue came up for discussion with the Forest Department, when we looked at it, very interesting things came out. Okay, what we said was that there are 5 factors affecting the macro level water security of Kerala. Number 1, the climate change. Now we are living in a world which is increasingly getting heated up. That means more and more water will be reaching up the atmosphere and they will fall down. The number of rainy days in Kerala has come down from around 130 days 20 years ago to just below 80 days these days. Okay, that means within a short span of time, more amount of precipitation will strike Kerala in the years to come. This is high intensity rainfall. So do we have enough greenery, enough ground capacity to withstand this high intensity rainfall? That was one question. Okay. So the second macro level factor affecting the water security of Kerala was the built up area of Kerala. It was a startling statistics. See, Kerala has around 100, for every 100,000 people, there are 336 houses already built up in Kerala. That means there are 1,20 lakh houses already constructed in the soil of Kerala. And if you keep an average of 1,000 feet per house, then the total built up area of Kerala comes to around 1,200 square kilometers. And the roads and other infrastructure, water impermeable infrastructure already built up in the state is around 6,000 square kilometers these days. That is just 1/6 of the total geographical area of the state. A state which is increasingly getting urbanized, this is only going to go. That means it is projected that maybe by 2050, around 1/4 of Kerala will be under concrete and tar, and there won't be much of infiltration. Okay, so this is factor number 2. The third macro factor affecting the water security of Kerala is the position of our reservoirs. There are 89 larger dams and reservoirs in the state. So these were supposed to be water storage or water impounding structures in the past, but in most of our dams and reservoirs, there are high levels of sedimentation and siltation, even up to 50%. So the chances of them storing enough storm water and then releasing it during flood, there are practical limitations to that. This is factor number 3. Then the fourth is our wetlands and paddy fields. These are getting leveled up very fast. Just to give us one small statistics, 20 years ago, there used to be 8 lakh hectares of paddy fields in the state of Kerala, which has now come down to just around 2 lakh hectares. So they used to absorb large amount of water. They used to store large amount of flood water. So that was factor number 4. And these are also, we are losing them fast. Okay. And the chances of we interfering in, we can actually do some remedial actions in either of these 4 factors are, the chances are very slim and remote. That is precisely where people looked at forests. Forests perform 2 functions. As you know, 1/3 of Kerala's geographical area is under forest cover. So the function number 1 of forest is interception. The huge amount of rainfall, especially the high intensity rainfall, they get intercepted by the canopy of the forest. Okay, and you might appreciate that the erosivity, the kinetic energy of the rainfall, especially during a storm, is very, very high in a tropical situation. Just like Shiva absorbed the waters of Ganga, the Ganges, when it descended from heaven, it is only forest that can absorb the water. Okay, so that is function number 1, interception. The second function is that of infiltration. The average width of Kerala is only 50 kilometers, and we only have 2 pronounced rainy seasons. So a drop of water falling on top of the Anamudi peak can reach Arabian Sea in just 22 hours if there are if it is a concrete surface. So you require actually plenty of forest cover for the water to get infiltrated into the soil. So 2 important functions forests perform. One is interception and infiltration. So we explained this, but interestingly, the ability of the forest to perform this function is now limited by only 30%. The hydrological capacity of Kerala's forest as of now is estimated as 30% of its optimal capacity. Okay, so these are the 5 macro factors we understood, we calculated, assessed as having the potential of influencing the macro level water security of Kerala. So the first 4 factors, the climate variability and climate change, the built up area of Kerala, the dams and reservoirs and sedimentation, and the 4th, the diminishing swamps, paddy fields and wetlands. I don't think there is much we can do there. Then probably one important factor, one crucial factor where we can have some improvement is the forestry sector. The Kerala government, we decided that if we can increase the hydrological capacity of the forest from this 30% to 40 or 50 or 60 or 70, probably that would be the greatest contribution for ensuring the water security of Kerala. Then the next question was that how do we improve it from 30% to 70% or 80%? Then we looked at what are the factors, what we call degrading the forest and keeping the hydrological capacity at 30%. And those and projects were formed under the Rebuild Kerala Development Program to address these factors. So I will just list out a few such initiatives aimed at this particular thing. See, number 1 is Kerala government has taken a crucial decision of phasing out all monoculture forest plantations. So hereafter in the state of Kerala, Forest Department under the forest ownership, we are not going to plant any acacia, eucalyptus or other exotic species plantation, and these areas are going to be reverted back to natural forests. And this process is called eco-restoration. The same principle is being applied to other indigenous commercial tree plantations also, like teak forests. The extent of teak plantations are going to be halved. To reduce by 50%, the teak plantations, the monoculture plantations falling in precipitous slopes, high intensity rainfall areas, disaster prone areas and riverine tracts are going to be reverted to natural forests. There are large number of privately owned settlements and enclosures located within the forest. And these areas are also prone to extreme hardships because of human-wildlife conflict, poor access to development, and also human-wildlife conflict. And some of them are willing to come out. And if we can, and if provided good compensation is given to them, government has already earmarked a sizable amount for the relocation of these communities based on their prior informed consent and willingness. And in the process, we will be able to secure these areas. And also we are in the middle of doing this particular process. There are several such initiatives like, the acquisition, the consolidation of the remaining coastal vegetation, including mangrove forests, And also like what you call urban, the development of urban forestry for water, ensuring water security, water recharge areas in urban centers. So like, so all these things, the government 3-4 months ago, the government has encapsulated all these initiatives into a policy document and categorically said in that policy that the forests hereafter are going to be managed for the primary purpose of ensuring ecosystem services, particularly that of ensuring the hydrological security of Kerala. So this is a shift from the forests are now looked at as what you call sources of water. There are 44 rivers and 900 tributaries originated from the forests. So there is a saying that the health of the plains is dependent on the health of the hills. So the purpose of forest management, the forest governance in the state of Kerala is now slowly shifting from colonial objective of timber production to that of ensuring the water security and other environmental services. So I thought, this is actually, I have only this much to say, just to highlight that this is a radical policy transition, maybe perhaps the first time in the country. And this is worth, and we have just begun this process of actually operationalizing it. So thought of sharing with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pramod Krishnan. A very, very, very insightful talk regarding the initiatives of the Forestry Department with respect to assigning forests for ecosystem services. It's a very interesting kind of a decision by the government of Kerala. I also have a few questions basically on some of the points that you have raised, particularly with respect to the wetland conversion into commercial agriculture. Particularly, if you look at the Kerala land use way back in 1940, immediately after independence and all, we could see that almost 30 to 35% of the land area, cropped area, was under paddy cultivation, which gone into, as you already have highlighted that point. If you look at the percentage now, it is hardly 12% or maybe lesser than that as well. Of course, a lot of initiatives are happening now. Government of Kerala is also doing a lot of things, particularly the royalty scheme that has been announced by the government is also one of the major kind of initiatives. I really appreciate that. Then basically my question is with respect to the fifth point that you have been mentioning about the infiltration point, particularly the investment by the private individuals, etc. If you again look at the land use dynamics of Kerala, particularly when the commodity boards have been established, especially the rubber board, because I was also working with the rubber board for some time. So what I could say is that almost 25% of Kerala's cropped area is under rubber. And again, I don't know to what extent rubber is actually helping to preserve the biodiversity of Kerala. So on that point, I just wanted to kind of see understand the position of the Forest Department with respect to promotion of a rubber, which is a monoculture anyway, which is basically held by the private individuals. So do you have any kind of position with respect to the Forest Department's position on promotion of rubber? Because already, one experience is that Thailand, which has been one of the major producers of rubber, had taken a decision some 10 years back to cut all the rubber plantations which are encroached into the forest areas and all. Then, they've taken a decision. So in that kind of a situation, can government of Kerala take a position with respect to confining rubber very much to very limited scale rather than expanding the area? Because government, even rubber board is also looking forward expanding more areas into rubber cultivation, and also that's the concern basically I have with respect to this question. That's why I raised this question. So could you please throw your
Yeah, if you look at the history of Kerala during the last 2000 years, there are 5 crops that radically altered Kerala's original landscape. AD 1st century, we got coconut. Then came wetland paddy. And by around the 6th century AD and 9th century AD, these 2 crops completely radically altered the original vegetation of the coastal area as well as the midland of Kerala. Then 15th century came the coffee. That completely altered the Brahmagiris, that is the Wayanad part of Kerala. Then 18th century and 19th century came tea. Tea and the teak plantations promoted by Britishers that altered the hill eggs. In fact, the rubber came to Kerala on a commercial scale only in 1924, and that too in so there's a latest in the what you call margin. So let us not what you call accuse rubber alone for altering the landscape of Kerala. That is only in the last part of it, number one. See, number two, see, as I said, see, let us have a reality check. In the sense that, see, what is aspirational and what is operational? This is what we should look at it. See, as of now, our eco-restoration policy looks largely at the government-owned areas, especially the areas under forest department's control. So the rubber is naturally not there. So we don't have a position of, and forest department is also, see, gone are those days, when we think that, we want to convert the entire area into what we call forest. No, that's not the purpose at all. See, rubber is also having certain purposes, and I am very happy to say that of late, the commodity board has taken a decision to move towards a more species diverse rubber plantations. Okay, so I think that will address because rubber is also equally important in terms of the economy of Kerala's economy is concerned. So we can't actually move away from that all on a sudden. So you have an inclusive, biodiversity inclusive, carbon inclusive rubber plantation, that is fine. So I don't think that's a big problem these days.
Yeah, what about promoting agroforestry based kind of a land use system in Kerala, where forest department can actually take a significant position, no? What would be your take on that? Yeah, because even in the case of rubber, we can actually introduce the concept of agroforestry, which is not done.
Yeah. In fact, we are promoting that. In fact, see, you look at it. I'll just highlight two things. See, one is that if you look at the wood consumption situation of Kerala, 86% of Kerala's round wood requirement is met from agroforestry systems. 13% was import, and the contribution of forest department's plantation is less than 1%. That means our agroforestry homesteads systems, they have a greater role to play, no doubt. And in Kerala is also in the process of making Kerala a carbon neutral as early as possible. And as of now, the forestry sector sequesters around 34% of Kerala's gross carbon emission. But if we can increase the green cover outside the forest to maybe around 50%, probably Kerala can become carbon neutral by the year 2036. Okay, so there is a significant scope for what we call improving the forest cover, improving the quality of forest cover in homesteads and other farm forestry systems, including rubber plantations. That's what I said. See, like any biodiversity inclusive system we will promote, that applies to even rubber plantations also.
Thank you. Just one more last point. We have the forest estimates of forest cover in Kerala. We have different estimates. If you look at the state estimates, it is on a lower scale. If you look at the Forest Survey of India data, we get a larger coverage of larger forest cover in India. In Kerala. And very often it is mentioned that because this is based on GIS application, remote sensing kind of approaches and not being adopted by the FSA, Forest Survey of India, we have a greater forest cover in Kerala. So what is the reality of that? And again, larger coverage of this is basically happening because of the rubber plantations being captured. Mostly the tree cover plantations are being captured in the estimation. So could you please, and in that if you look at the forest cover of Kerala is not that great. If you look at the international standards also.
See, I would just say that, start by saying that the forest cover of Kerala is anyway great. You know why? There are reasons. See, prior to that, I will just clarify three terminologies. See, the first terminology is called forest cover. Okay, that forest cover is something defined by the Forest Survey of India that is using satellite imagery. Okay, so there, the satellites, they don't distinguish between your natural forest and the tree cover. So one is the forest cover, the second is forest and tree cover. So if you look at then the third terminology is called recorded forest area, the legal forest area. So what happens is that if you look at the statistics of Forest Survey of India, you will see that the terminology forest and tree cover. This includes the actual forested area plus even the tree cover outside the forest area. Under that, as you rightly said, even the coconut gardens as well as the rubber plantations, other wooded areas may also join. So if you go by that, the total forest and the tree covered area of Kerala is around more than 50%. Okay, but if you segregate the actual forest cover, the figure comes to about 30%. Okay. Now the recorded forest area, that is a legal forest area, that is as per the legal records also, that's what we actually resort to. That is the actual area under the control of the forest department. That's about 30% of the total area. Now, so that's a position regarding that. But now coming to the comparing with the national figure, if you recollect in the year 1952, then for the Agriculture Minister K. Munshi, he only recommended that we should have a national target of 33% under forest cover. Okay, so in the country, it is the forest cover target is 21%. If you add the tree cover also, the national average is 24%. But vis-a-vis that, we have about 30%. As simple as the forested area, you add the tree cover, it is 50%. So anyway, it is double than that of the national average. And in a highly populated state like Kerala, it's a remarkable achievement. That's what I will say. Thank you.
So thank you, Dr. Pramod Krishnan, for the very interesting highlights of the scenario of the initiatives of Kerala. Is also very much, looking forward for the interventions also. Also looking forward to interact with you also in future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have a token of appreciation. We have a certificate for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So with that, I would like to conclude the session. And we had a very excellent presentation from 4 speakers and on different topics, quite interesting topics. And of course, we had a lot of learnings. All of us had greater learnings with respect to all the topics. I just wanted to thank you, the organizers, for giving me these opportunities. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you.
So we will be having a break until 8:15 p.m.
Thank you.
താളമുണ്ട്. ഈ വിസ്ഡം അതിൽ അകലജീവികളാണെങ്കിലും അഭേദ്യമായ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. പരസ്പരം ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുന്ന നെറ്റ്വർക്കുകളാണ് ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചം. 4 പേര് ചേർന്ന് പിടിച്ച് ഒരാളുടെ ഫോണിൽ സ്ഥലമുണ്ടായാൽ അതെല്ലായിടവും പ്രതിഫലിക്കും. അതുപോലെ നാം അറിഞ്ഞോ അറിയാതെയോ ഒറ്റയായോ കൂട്ടമായോ ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ കർമ്മങ്ങളും പ്രപഞ്ചമാകുന്ന ഒരാളുടെ ഫോണിൽ പ്രതിഫലിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ മാറി നമ്മളെ മാറാൻ നടക്കില്ല. അവർ മാറില്ല നമ്മളെ മാറിയാലും മാറ്റം കൊണ്ടുവരും. നമുക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് നോക്കണം. കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതിയെ സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam. Human settlements in rural areas have always enjoyed a direct link with the surrounding natural environment. However, with rapidly depleting resources, many villages in India have entered into sustained poverty. In 2013, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, guided by its Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, launched the Live in Labs program.
We have made this program in such a manner that it has closely knitted the interdisciplinary domains together to bring in the solution. We give the students an opportunity to see the rural community, be in that environment, in the rural community, along with them, live with them. So automatically compassion will be generated in their heart, which provides them an opportunity to find out what are the challenges they are facing and how their technical knowledge can be used to provide it as a solution.
The Live in Labs program continuously strives to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by fostering self-reliant communities. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD students from all over the world can spend 2 weeks to 6 months working with Amrita faculty and students at one of the program sites. After a comprehensive orientation session and team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
For any technological solution to be viable, to be sustained, you need to be with the community in designing the solution. That is one of the major things we train them in the whole process, where they'll work with them in coming up with the design. They look into it, what is their needs, so that they can come up with affordable, adaptable, sustainable solution, which will make sure that the technological solutions will become a success.
The program draws on principles of human-centered design for the development and deployment of sustainable solutions in the areas of energy and environment. By developing pathways to access renewable electrical energy, utilizing smart energy technology, and encouraging sustainable practices to protect the environment and conserve natural resources. Water and sanitation. By designing micro-water distribution and management systems, implementing water filtration systems, and fostering water-wise communities. These are joined by initiatives in rural sanitation, which develop sustainable models for toilet construction, fostered through democratic participation. Health and hygiene. By implementing hygiene awareness programs to increase community health and well-being, developing low-cost technologies, diagnosis units, micro-healthcare management devices, a rural health management system, and epidemic management and detection programs. Livelihood and skill development. By designing immersive training programs to acquire new skills, further developing existing skills, and identifying alternative and sustainable income generation avenues, ensuring long-term viability. Education and gender equality. By encouraging gender equality in education through immersive technologies for language training, vocational training, after-school assistance, and life skill training. Waste management and infrastructure. by exploring environmentally sustainable solutions for rural waste management, such as waste to wealth initiatives and alternative affordable construction techniques from natural resources. Agriculture and risk management. By designing innovative and smart technologies to promote efficient farming practices, developing techniques to enhance soil and crop quality, and implementing models and systems to map and identify environmental risks. Over the years, students from multiple universities around the world have come to Amrita to participate in various Live-in Labs projects. India's villages are her life force, and they need immediate care and attention. Societies are at their most resilient
I welcome back everybody to the closing session of the International Symposium on Water Sustainability, IWSS 2022. This international symposium was jointly organized by the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development and the Amrita School for Sustainable Development AST in the light of World Water Day 2022. The symposium explored challenges and opportunities as well as scientific and practical outcomes in designing, developing, and deploying interventions, tools, and techniques for community-empowered water sustainability initiatives. We had an eventful and enlightening 3 days, and now we have reached the culmination of this extremely resourceful event. For the last 3 days, we have witnessed elaborate and inspiring keynote speeches and panel discussions from a wide range of experts from around the world. We believe that all of you have benefited from each and every session at the IWSS 2022 and have gained valuable insights from the experts hosted. To commemorate the culmination of this event, we welcome each and every one of you once again to our valedictory event. Moving on, we would like to invite Dr. Vipin Nair, Dean and Professor, School of Biotechnology, and Dean, Faculty of Sciences at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, India. Under his leadership, the School of Biotechnology has been a trailblazer in the arena for both undergraduate and postgraduate academic programs, as well as active PhD programs. Dr. Nair is also the coordinator of the Technology, Information, Forecasting and Assessment Council Center of Relevance and Excellence in Biomedical Technology at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham under the Mission Reach program of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Nair also led the group that developed a prototype of an automated insulin pump, which resulted in Amrita University's first patent from the United States Patent and Trademark Office. Dr. Nair is responsible for the selection of the Amrita School of Biotechnology by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for the Biotechnology Award Research Assistance Council under Reinvent the Toilet Grand Challenge India Sanitation Award. Dr. Nair has numerous publications in national and international scientific journals. Dr. Nair is an associate editor for the international journal Current Pharmacogenomics and Personalized Medicine, and also serves on several national and international advisory committees. May I please invite Dr. Nair to deliver the welcome address for this session. So over to you.
Thank you. I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, thank you. Om Amriteshwari Namaha. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all the distinguished speakers and attendees from around the world. As we arrive at the culmination of this very successful international symposium, Water Sustainability Challenges, Technologies, and Opportunities, IWSS 2022, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone to this valedictory event. What a wonderful symposium this has been. The perfect platform to showcase thinkers, experts, and practitioners in this field of water sustainability, to garner ideas, to explore technologies, to address challenges, to envision opportunities, and in doing so, be able to refine applications towards greater sustainability of water and the highly sensitive ecosystem that revolves around conserving and pragmatically using our existing water resources. As part of this valedictory function, it is indeed a real pleasure to have with us today Mr. Agendra Kumar, Managing Director of ESRI India. He has been associated with ESRI India since 2013. He's an industry veteran with over 3 decades of experience in the IT industry and has been promoting the use of geospatial technologies in the country. Under his leadership, ESRI India has partnered with numerous government and private organizations to execute critical and transformative projects using ESRI's Geographic Information System technology. Mr. Agendra is also the president of the Association of Geospatial Industries, AGI. A very warm welcome to you, sir, to this event. It's also a great privilege to have with us for this valedictory event, Dr. Manisha Viramesh, who holds the UNESCO Chair for Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. She is the Provost, Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation, Dean, School for Sustainable Development, Dean, International Programs, and the Director of the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. Multiple hats that Dr. Manisha dons with effortless ease. Dr. Manisha also heads the Live in Labs program at Amrita, which provides an opportunity for students and faculty to work extensively in 101 Indian villages, focusing in part on ecosystem restoration and multi-hazard resilience. She was a recipient of the NABARD Award for Rural Innovation for her research activities that benefited the rural community. She has more than 160 publications and 15 patents to her credit. Dr. Manisha will also be delivering the summary of this symposium, IWSS 2022. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Manisha. It's also wonderful to have with us this evening Dr. P. Venkatrangan, Vice Chancellor of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. A pioneer of research in multimedia systems, Dr. Venkatrangan was the founder and director of the Multimedia Laboratory at the University of California, San Diego, where he served as a professor of computer science and engineering. Dr. Venkatrangan also founded Yodlee Inc. and served as its CEO. With over 100 research papers and 30 patents to his credit, Dr. Venkatrangan has been the driving force behind the setting up of a large number of interdisciplinary research centers within Amrita University. Hearty welcome to you, sir, to this event this evening. We also have with us Dr. Murali Rangarajan, who currently serves as professor at Department of Chemical Engineering at the School of Engineering in our Coimbatore campus. He joined Amrita in December of 2007 after completing his PhD in chemical engineering, and was also associated with the Clean Energy Research Center at the University of South Florida, Tampa. Welcome to you, Dr. Murali Rangarajan. I'm sure that the symposium over the past 3 days has provided the ideal opportunity to create the framework to aim, to educate, to empower, and equip communities worldwide to deal with challenges associated with water sustainability, and ultimately bring about effective translation of sustainable innovation for communities worldwide. Once again, a very warm welcome to this valedictory event. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such a warm and inspiring introduction to this valedictory session. And now, may I please introduce our very own Dr. Manisha Vinodini Ramesh. Dr. Manisha is the Provost, Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation, and the UNESCO Chair for Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Dr. Manisha is also the Dean for the Amrita School for Sustainable Development. Stanford University, in fact, ranked her amongst the top 2% scientists in her field in a global research. Dr. Manisha heads the Living Labs program, which focuses on the lab to field to lab approach of sustainable education coupled with societal empowerment. Her research work was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing real-time landslide warnings. It is indeed my utmost pleasure to invite Dr. Manisha to provide a summary of the symposium. Over to you, ma'am.
Namaskar, everybody. Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om. Gurur Brahma, Gurur Vishnu, Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha, Gurur Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha, Tasmai Sri Amriteshwari Namaha. My humble prostrations to one and all. My humble pranams to Sri Ajendra Kumar, Dr. Venkat Rankan, Dr. Bipin Nair, Dr. Murali Rangarajan, and all keynote speakers and participants. I am very delighted to present the summary of the International Symposium on Water Sustainability, Challenges, Technologies, and Opportunities, IWSS 2022, conducted from 22nd to 24th March on the occasion of World Water Day. The symposium, spanning 3 days, gave us the opportunity to explore global and local challenges, technologies adopted, and realized opportunities in relation to water sustainability. The symposium had 26 eminent international keynote speakers from 15 universities, industries, government and non-government organizations. Some of the key institutions that participated are King's College London, European Regional Center for Ecohydrology PAS, Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory USA, Delft University of Technology, Tel Aviv University, ISRI India, Wageningen University, Netherlands, to name a few. UNESCO chairs that participated include UNESCO Chair on Tropical Freshwater Management, Universidad Regional Amazonica ICAM, UNESCO Chair on Theory and Technology of Environmental Safety in Water Resource Control at Novosibirsk State University, UNESCO Chair on Women Empowerment and Gender Equality, and UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Development at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. By focusing on 6 different themes, the symposium unveiled various pathways towards achieving water sustainability by adopting a community-centric approach towards conservation and revival of water resources. The symposium revolved around 6 different themes, which are water challenges in an urbanizing world, clean water availability, access challenges and solutions, scalable smart water solutions, AI, IoT, remote sensing, citizen science and wireless sensors, affordable water treatment technologies, circular economy and decentralized systems, water sustainability, climate change adaptation and mitigation, water sustainability on water policy and governance, capacity building, community adaptations and case studies, groundwater challenges and opportunities for sustainable management. I will now provide a summary of the symposium. Day 1 showcased 6 keynote speakers and focused on areas such as eco-hydrology, its principles, use of technology like GIS in watershed management, real-time monitoring through IoT devices, geospatial technology. The session also had deliberations on various case studies covering the impact of anthropogenic modifications, water world web-based spatial policy support, groundwater consumption, and overall scenario from an Indian standpoint. There were seven keynote sessions on day 2. The discussions were centered around hydrology and methodologies for watersheds, change theory, systems theory, and cognitive behavioral theories to emancipate communities to be self-sufficient and develop sustainable water behaviors. The role of biomimicry, which focuses on learning and mimicking solutions found in nature to solve design challenges, was also discussed. The session also featured a detailed session on geography, aquatic ecosystem, and ecosystem services at Kedar. The session has also put in dedicated effort to bring in a panel discussion on the topic Achieving Sustainable Development Goal in Water, Lessons Learned, Societal Challenges, and Technological Opportunities. The 6 panelists deliberated on several areas like water scarcity and rate of depletion from an Indian standpoint, the improper management of wastewater and the extent of the contamination. The need to adopt nature-based solutions to attain clean water like microbes and plant interactions were also discussed. The role of policies, procedures, and interventions for bringing out a governance mechanism for water conservation was highlighted. Day 3 featured 8 speakers talking on several areas related to water sustainability, access, and availability. This included a comprehensive methodology for assessment of drinking water quality in low-income settings, key issues and challenges in assessment of water quality and technology used for the same. The session also saw several case studies from villages across in India like Guptapada in Orissa, Padori, Ranchi, etc., where participatory approaches based on co-design have helped it to empower the community members to achieve water sustainability. The role and contribution of youth to restore the lost harmony in nature through joint environmental projects were also highlighted. The role of women in sustainability and the impact of community outreach programs were also highlighted. IWSS 2022 thus provided a platform for interaction and knowledge sharing between academia, industry, government, and non-government sectors to understand and address the existing water challenges in depth and study the impact gaps of complex water issues. It also has brought out how international collaboration and industry collaboration along with the community stakeholders can be brought in and how it can bring up a positive impact to build sustainable solutions for combating the water sustainability challenges. Along with this, the role of technology and various interventions and mechanisms to make water sustainability a reality for rural communities were discussed. Thus, the symposium has broadened our horizon and opened doors to new avenues in the areas of water sustainability. This, coupled with the adoption of cutting-edge resources and technology, will make our journey towards a sustainable tomorrow a much fast-paced one. I would like to quote our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi. Amma's words here: nature is so out of balance these days. We see very clearly how the climate is changing. In the non-rainy season, it often rains very heavily. The summers are getting hotter and longer. In some places where it has never snowed before, suddenly snow is falling. Crops are failing. Trees do not bear fruit. Both nature and water are in the second stage of cancer. We need to proceed carefully with the awareness that each of us has a responsibility to protect Mother Nature. Each of us must do our part and pray for God's grace. These days, it seems everyone is aware of their rights, but no one is aware of the responsibilities. On this note, I would like to thank you one and all for joining the symposium. We hope that this will be an impetus for bringing in water sustainability on local and global scale by touching the diverse and multifaceted sections of the society. By strengthening our collaborative efforts in this regard, let each one of us strive to be the pioneers to bring in transformation and embrace sustainability as a way of life. Thank you, everybody, for joining this program, and we hope that we will be able to work together and march forward in achieving water sustainability in each and every community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Manisha, for the comprehensive and gracious summary to this very successful symposium. In fact, as a part of the symposium, we had a very interactive and engaging creative art competition on the theme of the symposium. May I please invite Mr. Krishnanandan to present the International Water Day event in the Live-in Labs communities. Over to you, Krishna.
Thank you, Devashish. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, Krishna, very well.
Thank you very much. Through the Live-in Labs program, water sustainability initiatives have reached the farthest villages in India, where the rural communities work towards achieving water sustainability in their own community. Presenting herewith is a short video where the children in various villages in India have taken a pledge towards ensuring water sustainability in their community.
ఈ ప్రకృతి సంపద అంతా కూడా చాలా విలువైనది.
ജലം അമൂല്യമാണ്, അത് പാഴാക്കരുത്.
अपने परिवार के सदस्यों, मित्रों और पड़ोसियों को भी जल का सदुपयोग करने का और उसकी एक बूंद भी बर्बाद नहीं करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करूंगा। मैं जल की रक्षा करना अपनी जिम्मेदारी समझता हूँ।
मैं यह प्रतिज्ञा लेता हूँ कि अपनी क्षमता से जल और पर्यावरण का रक्षा करूंगी। जय हिंद। जय हिंद।
So this was the pledge taken by the students from 18 different communities in India. There was also an art competition that was held on World Water Day, which was conducted in more than 25 communities. We are sharing here with some of the images. So these are some of the images drawn by students in various communities in rural India to mark the World Water Day.
From the 25 communities, this brings out the thought process of the children, of what they think about water, how they use it, how they conserve it, what are the challenges they are seeing on the Water Day. It was a massive initiative in 25 communities. All the children in each and every community, they have expressed their thought process. And this becomes the basis for us to understand and take forward as a design requirement for the next solution to be provided in these communities.
So we also had an art competition. So as part of this art competition, we have two winners of the competition who will now be speaking to us on this platform. We have Ms. Sharda Markham from Malcolm Village in Chhattisgarh of age 10, who will be talking to us right now. And also we have Ms. Sonam from Maira Village, Punjab, age 15, who will be presenting their drawing. as they have prepared as part of their tourism.
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम शारदा मरकाम है। मैं 10 साल की हूँ। मैं छत्तीसगढ़ मालगांव से हूँ। मैं अपने गांव के पानी पीने एवं नहाने और घर में पानी भरने की क्रिया को प्रतिदिन देखती थी, इसलिए मैंने यह चित्र बनाई। पानी हमारे जीवन में बहुत उपयोगी है।
Thank you, Shardaji. We will have Ms. Sonam from village Myran, Punjab, who will be speaking to us.
नमः शिवाय, मेरा नाम सोनम है और मैं 15 साल की हूँ और मैं पंजाब के गांव मैरा में रहती हूँ। मैंने वर्ल्ड वाटर डे पे पिक्चर बनाई थी जिसमें मैंने ये दर्शाया है कि हम मनुष्य के जीवन में पानी का क्या महत्व है और हम इसे कैसे रिसाइकिल कर सकते हैं।
Thank you, Sonamji. I thank both the students for the immense effort that they have put up to be an inspiration for the community, and also to all the other students who have participated in this effort towards ensuring and inspiring their community towards water sustainability. I now hand over the mic to Devashish to carry forward the proceedings.
Thank you so much, Krishna, for such inspiring work with our dearest communities. In fact, it is very heart-touching. I'm sure the ideas will go a long way in inspiring research and work for further community development in the field. Next, I have the great honor to invite Dr. Venkatrangan. Dr. P. Venkatrangan serves as the Vice Chancellor of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. A pioneer of research in multimedia systems, is the founder and director of the Multimedia Laboratory at the University of California, San Diego, where he served as a professor of computer science and engineering. By the age of 33, he was one of the youngest full-time professors at the University of California at the San Diego. Dr. Rangan has been the recipient of the President of India's Gold Medal from the Indian Institute of Technology at Madras in 1984. With over 100 research papers and 30 patents to his credit, Dr. Rangan has been the driving force behind the setting up of a large number of interdisciplinary research centers within Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and for grooming and training numerous national and international talents here. He has extensively collaborated with international and Indian government partners on various research projects. Before I invite Dr. Venkat, may I take a quick second to introduce you to this wonderful initiative, Mera Gaon Hamara Jal, which aims to empower communities to map and monitor water resources through crowdsourced data and strategies for long-term impact. May I now please invite Dr. Venkatrangan to deliver the valedictory address and to also introduce us more to this initiative, Mera Gaon and Hamara Jal. Post your valedictory talk, Dr. Venkat, please allow me a moment to introduce our partner to this initiative before I open the floor for a collaborative launch of the event. We are eagerly waiting for you now, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Devashish. My pranams at Amma's lotus feet. A very warm greetings to Provost Dr. Manisha, the main organizer of this very important event, and a very warm greetings to the distinguished Dean of Biotechnology, Dr. Bipin Nair, all the distinguished scientists and participants in this important symposium. The theme is an extremely important, life-saving one, water.
Sir?
Water is of major Yeah.
Sir, video is not coming.
Yeah, we will switch on the video shortly.
Okay.
Water is of major importance to all living beings, as you know. In fact, in some organisms, up to 90% of their body weight comes from water. Up to 60% of the human adult body is water. Now, the brain and the heart, very interestingly, are composed 73% is H2O. And the lungs, you may have thought, is mostly air, but it is not. It's 83% is water. Even the bones are 31% water. And almost every day, a human being needs to consume recommended 3 liters per day. So what does water do for us? So many different things. Needed by the brain to manufacture hormones, neurotransmitters, forms the saliva, keeps the mucosal membranes moist, regulates body temperature, sweating and respiration, allows body cells to grow, reproduce, and survive, acts as a shock absorber for brain and spinal cord, flushes body waste, converts food to components needed for survival, digestion, lubricates the joints, and in fact, helps deliver oxygen to all over the body. And in fact, water is a miracle molecule. You know, H2O, hydrogen, is one of the most combustible gases. Oxygen is a strongest supporter of combustion. So H2O catches fire instantaneously, oxygen supports fire, and H2O, water, is the greatest destroyer of fire. So it's an amazing, miraculous molecule. It is the greatest cleanser of all dirt, physical, mental, emotional as well. So the symposium is of the greatest importance. I want to again congratulate all of you for organizing this on behalf of Amrita, completely aligned with the compassion-driven research and the sustainability that is of highest importance given by our Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi. I'll take a few moments for the distinguished guests to talk about the university. Amrita, inspired by our Chancellor, Amrita's signature theme, as you have heard, most likely by now, is that education rooted in values and compassion-driven research for societal benefit. We started as one campus, now spread across 6 campuses, and will be 8 campuses very soon. We have emerged as a world-class university in a very short time, powered by 5 drivers, interdisciplinary. We have a strong foundation in both core disciplines and in interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary areas. In fact, if you read the National Education Policy, it would look like a description of what Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham already is under Amma's guidance. We have numerous centers of excellence, not only in traditional areas, but cutting across traditional boundaries, focused on problem solving. So if you were to solve the problem on water, it may require a number of different disciplines coming together in synergy. Similarly, health, and many more. The second driver has been innovation. In fact, the entire teaching learning process here at Amrita promotes a pervasive ambience of critical and collaborative problem solving. leading to a culture of entrepreneurship through our incubators, pioneering initiatives which have benefited large number of students and teachers. The third driver has been international. We have a very strong global footprint. In fact, the provost herself has been one of the key drivers of international collaborations, over 200 collaborations. Now, most of these collaborations are again focused on problem solving for the benefit of the society. Industry is the fourth driver. More than 50 joint partnerships with the industry to again help them solve and bring out products with viable business models. The final and the most important driver is the transformation of India into a developed, sustainable nation. While transforming India into a developed nation, we would like to avoid the mistakes that the already developed nations have gotten into by keeping sustainability as a ubiquitous, pervasive, underlying theme in all that we do. In fact, Amma feels the pulse of the people each and every day, has been inspiring us to take research all the way towards sustainable solutions for India's development. The experiential learning program, Living Labs, is a wonderful example with potential to create technology interventions in water and other areas. Most recently, the UN awarded the UNESCO chair on experiential learning, which is highly and closely related to sustainability. And for us here at Amrita, culmination of all research should be societal benefit in addition to the scholarly outcomes. And just one moment. I want to give one more example. Another very interesting example of how outstanding accomplishments in the lab have been translated to the society. Related to water in a way is the landslide advanced warning system, which has employed inexpensive sensors, first of its kind in the world, into the field in Himalayas, in the Western Ghats, saving thousands of lives. So the list goes on. We are extremely thankful to the government and to our international partners for working with us to solve bigger challenges. Amma says that as a team, we can solve bigger challenges. The planet's challenges are much bigger than can one lab or one group can solve. Such meetings and symposiums, which bring together like-minded scientists to solve bigger challenges, are extraordinarily effective. So with this, may I again congratulate all of you for taking this initiative on water and assure you that the Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham is fully supportive of your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Venkat. Sir, would you also like to introduce the initiative, Mera Gaon, Hamara Jal, for all of us?
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you for giving me, I think these artificial backgrounds do not give the right picture. Also, let the focus be on water behind me rather than on me. So it's with great delight that we announce the launch of Mera Gaon Hamara Jal program in collaboration with ESRI India. The initiative that translates to My Village, Our Water aims to empower villagers to become champions in ensuring water sustainability at a community level. Water sustainability is a key national priority. Being home to 18% of the global population, India has only 4% of the water resources across the world. 80% of the rural water supplies depend on groundwater, which, as you all know, is depleting at an alarming pace. Through this partnership, we aim to empower villagers to map their water resources by including various aspects like sources, distribution, family-wise consumption patterns, and their demographical details. This data, in turn, will be used for mapping hotspots with respect to water sustainability, which in turn will help to map the water quality. To equip the villagers to map the resources, villagers will be provided the necessary training and awareness programs. In the future, this data is planned to be used to come up with various levels of climatic impacts that the community is expected to face. The program is being currently rolled out in Kerala villages. Within a year, this program, we expect, will reach 1,000 communities in villages across India, adopted under the Amrita Serve program. Sustainability has been one of the most important priorities for Amrita since its very inception. Guided by our Chancellor, Sri Mada Amritanandamayi Devi, several programs have been launched to ensure clean water access and availability to the rural Indian population. Touching the lives of community members in over 250 villages, these programs have helped to transform communities at large. As we add one more significant dimension to Amma's array of activities in this regard, it gives me immense pride and happiness and gratitude to join hands with ESRI India. As many of you know, ESRI India is the leading end-to-end geographic information system, GIS software and solutions provider. On this note, I'm happy to jointly launch the program Mera Gaon Hamara Jal with Mr. Agendra Kumar, Managing Director, ESRI India. I hope this program will bring light and hope to the most vulnerable communities, the billions at the bottom of the pyramid here in India. I humbly pray to our most beloved Amma to make this a very successful, rewarding, and satisfying impetus towards water sustainability, to make it a reality for the needing population. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Venkat. May I quickly take the time to introduce Agendra Kumar ji for all of us here. Though we have had the privilege of interacting and gaining insights and knowledge from him earlier, Sir has been associated with ISRI India since 2013. He's an industry veteran with over 3 decades of experience in the IT industry. Agendra Sir has been promoting the use of geospatial technologies in the country. Under his leadership, ISRI India has partnered with various governmental and private organizations to execute critical and transformative projects using ISRI's GIS, Geographic Information System technology. An industry leader, ISRI India is an end-to-end GIS solutions provider, enabling customers to think and plan geographically, to make timely, well-informed, and mission-critical decisions. The company plays a key role in defining the adoption of the latest GIS technologies in the country. Sir Ragendra Kumarji is also the president of the Association of Geospatial Industries, AGI. Before joining ESRI, Sir was the managing director of Silicon Graphics in India, and prior to that, he was the managing director of Veritas India. And upon its merger with Symantec, he took over as the global account management responsibilities for the Asia Pacific and Japan region. Sir holds a MSc in mathematics and a master's in management sciences from BITS Pilani. Sir, with that introduction, may I please request for the video to formally launch the event. Sir, may I request Agendra Kumarji to deliver his talk describing the event and the collaboration with Amrita. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Devashish. This is a great moment, and I'm really happy and proud that we are getting this opportunity to partner with Amrita in this very inspirational program. Mera Gaon, Hamara Jal can really transform the way we look at water sustainability for the communities across rural India. This is a program which can actually change the attitude of the communities towards water from mine to ours. So, I mean, instead of looking at water as my resource, we should look at water as our community resource and something which is there for good of larger population. Of course, the plan is to have to cover 1,000 villages in the first year, but it's a good ambitious target. It's something which is not too small and something which probably can be achieved also, given the community power that exists in the Amrita group of institutions, and also the network of people that Amrita carries. And use of technology can certainly help in achieving more during this period, and it can definitely be scaled up to cover all India if later we decide to do that. The idea here is to use GIS technology to map and monitor resources, water quality, practices about conservation and consumption of water as a resource across the villages in the country. Now, when you use technology like GIS, you get some actionable insight, which can be shared with various stakeholders like local administration, community organizations, and individuals to develop strategies for water conservation and making the best use of the resource available. Our GIS technology, which is already being used, provides a platform to bring all the data which can be easily collected through mobile devices today, because a lot of apps can be developed, they're available, and those apps can be used by people. It's not really that you need experts. This is a community mapping which can be done by getting people to engage, people to collect the data from villages and bring it to a platform so that it can be visualized in form of maps and dashboards. Now, these maps and dashboards are also very easy tools to give us a lot of details without really getting into technical aspects. These are simple to see the tools and make management decisions and strategic decisions about what action should be taken. The ArcGIS platform also becomes a way to collaborate for different communities, because all the data can come at a central place, and people who who conserve water, who are contributing data, people who take decisions at the local village level or district level or state level, and also people who are from different community organizations, NGOs, and individuals can view the data, can see what are the trends and patterns, and make some decisions based on that. And there are also several ways to analyze data once it comes on a GIS platform. If you collect the data for several years, then you can do spatiotemporal analytics at how things have changed over a period of time. And also look at water resource modeling and projections based on different trends and patterns that we see. So bringing technology definitely helps, and various other data sets which are commonly available, whether it's from about the weather forecast or actual rainfall data about the, there are also ways to map each water reservoir that may exist in the in a village from satellite data and understand that how much water can be captured, and then use modeling to understand that how long that water as a resource can be used during a year. Because in many parts of the country, we have periods which are very dry, and then we have rainfall. And a lot of irrigation and water consumption depends on actually on the natural water which comes by way of rain. So I think this use of technology can really play a important role in conserving water and bringing and coming up with strategies for sustainability, and definitely it can contribute towards the achievement of sustainable UN Sustainable Goal number 6. So just to summarize that, I'm really happy that we are getting a chance to work together, and our technology is known to Amrita Group. We've engaged on several other fronts, and this is really a great initiative, and we would like to put our resources together to make sure that it's successful and we achieve a lot in this year. And if we continue this program beyond 1,000 villages, definitely we can do that as well. It will help the communities a lot and definitely improve the water sustainability situation in our villages. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. With such a powerful, motivating, and inspiring force as yours, we are only looking forward to great things. We'll now display the most awaited and most exciting Mera Gaon Hamara Jal initiative. My Village, Our Water, as it translates, is a geospatial initiative. Interactive dashboard is built through the collaboration of Amrita University and Esri India. The dashboard aims to showcase by empowering communities to map and monitor water resources through extensive crowdsourced data, to derive the water sustainability challenges in the communities and equip the stakeholders to develop strategies for water conservation and to optimize water usage, and also to develop restoration capabilities of water resources and to build awareness in short and long-term impacts. May I now please invite Dr. Manisha and Ms. Harichandana to speak about the dashboard.
Thank you, Devashish. Thank you to Dr. Venkat and also to Mr. Ajendra Kumar for taking the time to come in and then jointly launch the program of Mera Gaon Hamara Jal. Thank you so much, and we hope that our team will be able to take it forward to this 1,000 communities and then bring in the water sustainability challenges awareness and build water-wise communities. Let me just try to share the screen so that I can. So this is an initiative, as everybody's heard already, is an initiative jointly organized by Amrita and Esri India, where this particular application will help us to empower the community in knowing their resources in the community. So how do we make them understand that the resource is not only mine, the resource is everyone's. So if I overutilize, somebody else in the community may be getting lesser. So how do we bring in that thought process of we are knitted together as in a one thread, and anything we do that in that network, it is getting affected ourselves and also by others. So that is what we are trying to bring in here. So this particular dashboard, which you see that, which it is in the progress of developing. This is the first phase 1 dashboard, what you are seeing, where we will train the community to map their resources and on specific data sets which they will map, which will help us to understand how each resource can be utilized. As they map it, they will actually give us the details about how many overhead tanks and what is the volume of water in that, what is the usage or availability, usage per availability in liters, the volume of water in the open wells and the number of open wells and its depth of open wells, and what are the septic tanks and the toilet positions, and is there any clean drinking water solution in those areas. Like that, different features will be captured, which will help us to understand each community's capability, their understanding of water resources and sustainability challenges. As an example, as a case study here, I would take an example from the state of Kerala, and in the district of Alappuzha, you can see that, and from the taluk where Karthikapalli is the taluk where I'm selecting, and the village in the Karthikapalli taluk is Chingoli. So this is the village which you see in Chingoli, where you are able to see the different legends here. It is mapped the Jivamrutam, which is the clean drinking water deployment, the septic tank, the open wells, the more wells, the houses, the different roads which are classified as residential, unclassified, service roads, trunk roads, tertiary road, etc., the waterways, the village and the district. All this has been mapped by the community members, and that has been captured in this application. If you go a little more deeper, more closer zoomed effect of this village, you can see that how they are. And if I go to the house name, maybe the owner Santosh. So this is the owner Santosh, and it will have all the details with respect to the owner Santosh, where it is talking how many members are there, 6 members, daily water usage, how much they are doing, what is the usage per availability, an image of their particular resource. This is done by the community members and it will also show what is the availability usage for that particular home and how much volume of water they have in their open well, etc. So this will help us to even understand in a community how each of the community member or a house is actually contributing to the water sustainability or impacting either positively or negatively. These details will be used to bring out how much impact is happening in that by the community on water sustainability, what are the challenges, so that the different stakeholders can take policy decisions and bring in strategies which are specific to the community members, and also at the same time for the community and also per household strategies what we need to bring in. This is the aim with which we have started this program, and with all of your support we hope that we will be able to take it to the 1,000 communities which we are aiming and take forward this initiative. And any new ideas and strategies which you would like to integrate into this new program, we will be happy to hear from you, and we will add on so that we have a comprehensive solution and information dashboard which will give us insights at multiple levels to take forward the community and each and every individual to become a water sustainable, water wise community member. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Indeed, this is so interesting, innovative, in many ways, path-breaking and visionary, and truly deserving of 1,000 applauses. I congratulate everybody on the auspicious launch of the initiative. I'm sure it will go a long way in transforming the lives of the 1,000 target communities. Presenting now is our Chancellor, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, our dearest Amma's conversations with Shri Prahlad Singh Patel ji, Minister of State for Jal Shakti, on the World Water Day. The conversation involved a discussion on the current challenges associated with water and emphasized the need for each of us to act towards water sustainability. Let us hear the blessed conversation. While we play the video, we in fact had the honor of hearing to the minister on day one and his wonderful ideas on integration of science and spirituality, which goes very close with the theme of our work.
Sorry for the delay in bringing in the conversation. Just a second, it will be coming up.
നമസ്കാരം പ്രണാം പ്രണാം നമസ്കാരം.
വെള്ളത്തിൻ്റെ കേട്ടപ്പോൾ നല്ല സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് അമ്മയ്ക്ക്. ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമാണ് സമൂഹത്തിൽ. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കാര്യത്തിൽ ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നതിനപ്പോൾ വലിയ സന്തോഷം തോന്നി. അങ്ങ് പറഞ്ഞെന്നറിഞ്ഞു പെട്രോളിന് വേണ്ടി നമ്മളെല്ലായിടും എവിടെ വേണ്ടി ശേഖരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ വെള്ളത്തിനെ പറ്റി ചിന്തിക്കുന്നില്ല എന്നങ്ങ് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട് അമ്മയ്ക്ക്. അല്ല, കലിയുഗത്തിൽ മഴ വരെയില്ല, വെയിലെങ്കിൽ വെയിലാകും, മഴയെങ്കിൽ മഴയാകും. പക്ഷെ ആ മഴ കടലിലേക്ക് പോവുകയും ചെയ്യും, ഭൂമിയിലേക്ക് തങ്ങാൻ വഴിയുണ്ടാകില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അത് ശരിയാണ്. കാരണം അതുവേണ്ടി നമ്മൾ എന്തെങ്കിലും മാർഗം നോക്കണം. ഇപ്പം പലയിടത്തും കുറച്ചൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെന്ന് വന്നു, മഴ സംഭരണിയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്നു, വെള്ളം മലിനമായെന്നും അമ്മയ്ക്കറിയാം. പിന്നെ അത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഇപ്പോൾ ഓയിലും പ്ലാസ്റ്റിക്കും എല്ലാം മണ്ണിലോട്ട് പോവുകയാണ്. ആ വെള്ളം ഈ ഭൂമി മരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. കാരണം ഭൂമിയുടെ വളക്കൂർ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു, വിഷവെള്ളം ചേർത്ത് വായു ഫാക്ടറി കൊണ്ട് അതും മലിനമായി. അപ്പോൾ സൂര്യൻ്റെയും നെറ്റിന് കഷ്ടമായി, അതിപ്പം സൂര്യാഘാതം ഉണ്ടാകുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ എല്ലാ രീതിയിലും നമ്മൾ കഴിക്കുന്നതും വിഷമാണ്. അതിൽ ഭൂമിയിലേക്കും ജലത്തിലേക്കുമാണ് പോകുന്നത്. ആൾക്കാർ ജീവിക്കണം, ടൂറിസം നടക്കണം. അപ്പം മോൻ ഈ ചിന്താഗതി ഒന്നുകൂടെ ഉണർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരിക്കും നമുക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. മോൻ സംസാരം വളരെ എനിക്കിഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. അതുകൊണ്ട് എല്ലാവരും ജാഗ്രതയായി നമുക്ക് എല്ലാ വീടുകളും വയ്ക്കുമ്പം, പണ്ട് ഇവിടങ്ങളിൽ എല്ലാ വീട്ടിലും ഒരു കുളമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ പോകുന്ന വെള്ളം സംഭരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാവും കുളവും എല്ലാ വീട്ടിലും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഇപ്പം അതൊക്കെ വെട്ടിക്കളഞ്ഞു, കുളവും പോയി. തീത്തിയാരാല പേരാലെന്നുള്ള ആയുർവേദ വൃക്ഷം ആ കാറ്റടിച്ച് വരുന്ന ആ വായുവിനെ ശ്വസിക്കുന്നതും ഗുണമാണ്. ആ കുളത്തിൽ മുങ്ങിക്കുളിച്ച് ഭൂമി വീഴുന്ന വെള്ളമെല്ലാം കുളത്തിലേക്കും വീഴും. ഇപ്പം അതെല്ലാം പോയി. ഇനി നമ്മൾ അതുപോലൊരു സമ്പ്രദായം എല്ലായിടത്തും കൊണ്ടുവരികയും ഈ വെള്ളം പ്രായം കൂടി വെള്ളത്തിന് മലിനീകരണം കൂടി വരുന്നു. പിന്നെ ഉള്ള വെള്ളത്തിന് അസിഡിറ്റി കൂടുതൽ ഇത് വന്നു. ഇത് ക്ലോറിൻ കൂടി പോകുന്നു, അളവിൽ കൂടുതൽ ക്ലോറിൻ വരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അതും ക്യാൻസർ അസിഡിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാകാം. അപ്പോൾ ഉള്ള വെള്ളത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഒരു പ്രായോഗികമായി ശ്രദ്ധിക്കുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരിക്കും നമുക്ക് തോന്നുന്നു. ഇപ്പം നദി എല്ലാ വീട്ടിലും കുളവും കൊണ്ടല്ലേ, നദി വെള്ളം ഇപ്പം സമുദ്രത്തിലെ വെള്ളം ശുചീകരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, ഓട്ടവെള്ളം ശുചീകരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട് കുടിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി. എന്നാൽ ഒന്നുകൂടി ജാഗ്രതയായ കൊള്ളാം. ഭൂമിയിൽ നിന്നും കുറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നു. ആസിഡ് കൂടിയിട്ട് തോടുള്ള മീനെല്ലാം നരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്, ചൂടും കൂടി. അപ്പം അത് സമുദ്രത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ശുദ്ധീകരിച്ച് ഉപ്പിനെ മാറ്റിയെടുക്കുന്ന മാർഗം ഉണ്ടായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ കുളം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ എത്ര കണ്ട് നമുക്കിനി ഇമ്പ്രൂവ് ആകാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്നറിയില്ല. വെള്ളത്തിന് വേണ്ടിയുള്ളതായിരിക്കും യുദ്ധം നടക്കാൻ പോകുന്നത്.
जल शक्ति मिशन, कैच द रेन योजनाएं तो पहले भी चल रही हैं, अटल भूजल योजना है और बाकी चीजें हैं, लेकिन कैच द रेन, क्योंकि मैं भी ये मानता हूं कि जितना हमने दोहन कर लिया, वो बात मैंने अपने भाषण में कही थी, हमें उसे भरने के बारे में सोचना होगा। और इसमें सिर्फ सरकार नहीं कर सकती, अम्मा जैसी महान आत्माएं, उनके अनुयायी जो सकारात्मक ऊर्जा के लोग हैं, सबको मिलकर इस अभियान में शामिल होना पड़ेगा। मैंने अपने भाषण में भी कहा था, अम्मा जी का जो काम है वो देखकर हम सब प्रेरणा प्राप्त करते हैं। मैं उनको फिर से चरणों में नमन भी करता हूँ। अम्मा नमस्कारम, प्रणाम प्रणाम नमस्कारम.
Thank you very much. I will leave Amma's message for reflection, inspiration, and transformation. We now have come to the end of this session. To wrap up this session, may I please invite Dr. Murli Rangarajan. Please allow me to introduce Dr. Murli for you. Dr. Murli Rangarajan is the chairperson and professor at the Center of Excellence in Advanced Materials and Green Technologies. He is affiliated with the Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Science and the Department of Civil Engineering. He works on electrochemical sensors for real-time monitoring of water and soil quality, versatile and affordable technologies for water treatment, water electrolysis, and decarbonization. I welcome you, sir, and over to you.
Debashish, I thought you were going to say Murli Rangarajan walks on water.
I didn't know that. Thank you, sir.
Certainly, Provost Manisha walks on water. That much I know.
That is for sure. Namah Om Amriteshwari. A very warm welcome, good evening, good morning, good afternoon to all the participants from various parts of the world. It has been a fulfilling multi-course meal over the past 3 days, where we have heard about so many aspects of this water sustainability, a fantastic event that has been put together. At the end of this event, first and foremost, I would like to recognize that this is not an end, but this is an ongoing process. This is the beginning of new collaborations, like the fantastic initiative that was just announced with our Mr. Rajendra Kumar and our Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. So this Mera Gaon Hamara Jal. So this kind of collaborations are indeed the outcomes of such deliberations, fantastic deliberations. I would like to thank Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh and Dr. Soundararajan, Dr. Manisha Ramesh, UNESCO Chair for Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development, Provost Strategic Initiatives, Research and Innovation, AI, Dean School for Sustainable Development, Dean International Programs, Director of Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. She is the whole heart, brain, soul behind this this event. And I also would like to thank the program co-chair, Dr. Soundararajan, who's an associate professor at the Department of Civil Engineering at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. The two of them have put together a fantastic program where over the past 3 days there have been excellent deliberations, and we've got to learn so much from these sessions. I would like to accord my special thanks to Dr. P. Venkatrangan, the Vice Chancellor of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, for his vision, for his guidance, for his encouragement, for his support, for his clear strategy, which is what is driving all these initiatives, all these research initiatives, outreach initiatives, and events such as this Water Sustainability Symposium. I would like to accord my special thanks to Dr. P. Venkatrangan. I would like to thank the various deans who have participated in this symposium. Dr. Depen Nair, who is the Dean of Life Sciences, School of Biotechnology. Dr. Bhavani Rao, who is the Dean of Social and Behavioral Sciences, and all the other deans who have actively supported this this symposium. I would like to accord my special thanks and pranams to Shri Prahlad Singh Patel ji, Honorable Minister of State for Jal Shakti, for kindly inaugurating this symposium and for having provided us such visionary speech. Also interactions with our beloved Chancellor. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers from academia, industry, government agencies, and NGOs from India and abroad. Very diverse group of experts from various perspectives, various domains, truly multidisciplinary group of people who engaged with us over the past 3 days. I would like to accord our sincerest thanks on behalf of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. I would like to thank internal teams, ICTS team, for providing this excellent computer-related, internet-related support for this online event. I would like to thank all our community champions who have been at the forefront of successful successful implementation of the various initiatives of Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, the Live-in Labs, the Amrita Sir, Jeevamritam, and various programs about which we've been hearing for the past 3 days. I would like to thank all the volunteers associated with Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and Mata Amritanandamayi Mutt who have contributed significantly in realizing so many outcomes, successful outcomes, and empowering and transformation of various communities. And last but definitely not the least, I would like to thank Mr. Rajendra Kumar, who has kindly joined us for this valedictory function, who has joined us with Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham to work on, to jointly develop this Mera Gaon Hamara Jal, the Managing Director of Esri India. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to more and more such initiatives. And finally, I would like to thank all the students and staff members of Amrita who have, in addition with all the other participants, actively taken part in this 3-day symposium. I would like to thank all the participants from across the globe who have spared their valuable time to come and listen to all these speakers, engage with them, question them, learn from them. And this event, even though it comes to a close now, I am sure will lead to so many collaborations, so many future engagements, not the least of which would be IWSS 2023. And on that note, I would like to offer on behalf of all of us, my humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Chancellor, Shri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, who is the guiding light behind all our initiatives, not just this IWSS, all our initiatives, whose vision inspires us on a daily basis to come and work together, compassion-driven research, transforming the society. Thank Amma for this wonderful opportunity, and thanks all of you for this excellent program that has happened over the past 3 days. Om Amriteshwariya Namaha. Om Namah Shivaya.
In fact, there is not much need. Still, thank for all the speakers, participants, and attendees from the bottom of our hearts for helping us make this international symposium of great success. Hope to see you all for our future events as well. And once again, thank you very much and congratulations. Om Amriteshwariya Namaha.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us these 3 days, and we hope to have a strong collaboration with each one of you to take forward and have jointly work together for achieving water sustainability. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. Thank you, Dr. Rangan. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Amma bless us all. Thank you.
Thanks to all participants.